Chapter 1336. Of course, Ling Xiao was aware of the enemy's secret plans. He also knew the consequences of killing Jimingxing and completely offending Feng Ming Wuliang. But so what? Would he not avenge his friend because he was afraid? Of course not. Ling Xiao had always been someone who did things based on his conscience. If he did not avenge his friend who was crippled, then he would be worse than a dog. If he was in trouble in the future, who would be willing to shed blood for him? If he was in trouble because of this, and someone wanted to kill him, then they could come. When had he, Ling Xiao, ever been afraid of being killed for revenge? He would kill whoever came. He would kill whoever came. His sword loved to drink the blood of his enemies. Even if he were to die because of this, he would not regret it. Saying that he would sacrifice himself for his friends was not just empty words. It was something that he would truly do. Why was the Moon Maiden willing to follow him? Why was Cold Plum so loyal to him? Why were there so many heroes willing to support the Heavenly Empire for him? Why were there so many friends willing to go crazy with him? It was because he was a good friend. His loyalty wasn't something that he spoke of, but something that he would truly do. What kind of person would get what kind of friends? Peng Yu, Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and those who thought they were smart chose to ignore their friends in order to protect themselves. Naturally, the friends they got were equally heartless and disloyal. And what Ling Xiao got were Cold Plum, Longqin, Ji Ning, Wu Xiang, and so on. Therefore, although everything he had done before was crazy, he had done it openly and without any regrets or resentment. At this moment, he had already brought Feng Minglian, Cold Plum, and Longqin back to Qingshu College. In the distance, the battle between the Moon Maiden and the Divine Phoenix Patriarch had also ended. The Moon Maiden returned safely without any injuries. It seemed that the moonstone that Ling Xiao obtained in the city of Sin had greatly improved her cultivation. He did not ask about the Divine Phoenix Patriarch's situation. He only wanted the Moon Maiden to be safe. Qingshu College was now deserted. If it weren't for the support of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, it would have collapsed long ago. It was not that they did not manage well, but it was because of the Divine Phoenix Empire's oppression. Almost all of the good students were forcefully taken away by the Phoenix Academy. This caused the academy to be filled with grief, but there was nothing they could do about it. Half a year ago, when Qingshu College was still flourishing, a young man came here and asked to join the school. However, a month later, he switched to the Phoenix Academy. His name was Shangguan Hong. It was a young man who was only 18 years old. At that time, his cultivation was already at the half-stepped Grotto Heaven realm. Now that half a year had passed, he wondered how his cultivation had improved. However, this person's departure definitely caused the morale of Qingshu College to drop for a long time. Ling Xiao's return finally made the academy lively again. Those who were able to stay here were those who were truly willing to stay. They were full of respect and yearning for this genius student of Qingshu College. Ling Xiao had publicly stated more than once that since he had entered Qingshu College, he was a student of Qingshu College. If the academy was in trouble, he would definitely help. Therefore, the students here were also proud of him. When the Phoenix Academy provoked them in the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda, they would retaliate with Ling Xiao's name. The people of Phoenix Academy would definitely be embarrassed. This was because until now, there was not a single student of the Phoenix Academy who could defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was the nightmare of the Phoenix Academy. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the academy, he felt as if he had returned home. It's Senior Brother Ling! Junior Brother Ling is back, this is great! Yes, our academy has not been so proud for a long time. Junior Brother Ling has just returned and he has already defeated the celebrity Huangzi and the heavenly rock Huangzi. Well done! Regardless of whether they were new students of Qingshu College or students who had been cultivating in Qingshu College for a long time, they were all filled with anticipation and excitement for Ling Xiao's reappearance. By the time Ling Xiao returned to the Qingshu Academy, news of what he had done at Ji Xingxing's wedding had already spread throughout the imperial capital. The storyteller's mouth vividly described this part of the story. Many people whispered to themselves, Ling Xiao is back. What kind of storm is that fearless kid going to stir up in the imperial capital? There was another interesting incident. Feng Mingxiao had also returned from the White Tiger mainland. He had brought back the king of medicine, Sun Sa, and his disciple, Ji Luoyu. In the bazaar, Feng Mingxiao had actually tried to kill a storyteller who was shooting his mouth off in a fit of anger. However, what was surprising was that under the attack of Feng Mingxiao, who was at the third level of the yin-yang realm, the storyteller was actually unscathed. After that, Feng Mingxiao left without a word. As for the storyteller, he continued to talk about his book. When many people heard this, they were even more surprised than when they heard that Ling Xiao had killed Ji Mingxing. Could it be that the storyteller was actually an expert? All the major powers of the Divine Phoenix Empire were guessing, but there was only one piece of information. The storyteller called himself Hong Qi. Others did not know, but if Ling Xiao knew, he would definitely be so excited that he would not be able to sleep. Hong Qi was his grandfather's name, the name of the old beggar who had taken care of him for more than 10 years. Why did Hong Qi come to the imperial capital? There was only one reason, and that was for Ling Xiao. Now that the situation in the imperial capital had changed, Hong Qi, who had gradually recovered some of his cultivation, no longer had to worry about protecting himself. Now, he could silently guard Ling Xiao's surroundings. Once Ling Xiao was in trouble, he would definitely lend a helping hand. Unfortunately, many people did not know that Hong Qi was Ling Xiao's grandfather. They only thought that he was an expert who had traveled here. As long as they did not provoke him, they would not be in any danger. Currently, they were busy dealing with Ling Xiao. Ling Yao's rise was simply too fast. Half a year ago, he was only a 9th-level martial artist. Now, he could easily kill the first Grotto Heaven Realm expert, Heavenly Rock Huangzi. This could not help but make people panic. Especially those who had always wanted Ling Xiao dead. Old and new grudges were tangled together, and anger had completely taken over their hearts. They wanted Ling Xiao dead by hook or by crook. Excuses? They did not care at all. Was there a need for excuses to kill a person? Submit to me and prosper, oppose me and perish. This was the mantra of these people. Ji Mingxing and Ping Yu's deaths were merely catalysts for these people's hatred. Ling Xiao really did not know anything about Hong Qi's appearance. But he was well aware of the secret schemes of those enemies. He had done such an earth-shattering thing the moment he came to the Divine Phoenix Imperial capital. Even he himself would not believe that no one was thinking of him. Therefore, he definitely had to make some preparations now. Unafraid of death was one thing. But it did not mean that he was reckless and stupid. Knowing that someone might plot against him, if he did not take it seriously, that would simply be an idiot. Ling Xiao had already made full preparations for this. Even if he encountered an assassination now, he absolutely dared to guarantee that he could escape unscathed. Chapter 1337. The first thing Ling Xiao did after returning to Qingshu College was to visit Haim Myungkale. At this time, Haim Myungkale was weak, but not dispirited. Moreover, her heaven veins seemed to have been connected. Although she had to start cultivating again, at least she was not a complete cripple. Thank you. Haim Myungkale also heard about what happened outside, and she was very happy. In fact, in terms of relationship, she was not as close to Ling Xiao as Cold Plum, Lan Yuer, Dai Yuling, and the others. However, Ling Xiao killed Ji Mingxing for her, which made her determined to recover. What are you thanking me for? When we went to Northern Desert City, didn't you also fight for me and my friends on the battlefield? Ling Xiao smiled and said, This is what I should do. In addition, take these pills. Although your cultivation has been destroyed, because of your experience and foundation, and your body meets the requirements, you can forcibly use pills to break through to the transcendent realm or celestial realm. However, after reaching the celestial realm, you will have to slowly cultivate on your own. Of course, with the help of pills, you can recover your former cultivation in less than a month. You will definitely be able to catch up with the Dragon Phoenix selection. I am very confident in you. I can't thank you enough. Haim Myeonkeo wanted to cry, but in the end, she did not cry. If she wanted to repay the kindness, it was very simple. After her cultivation recovered, it would be enough to help Ling Xiao. What are you thanking me for? Aren't we friends? Ling Xiao smiled and then looked at the others in the room. Lan Yuer, Da Yuling, Da Yaoling, Long Chen, Feng Yanran, and Ing Wuya. The Zhao's siblings had returned to the Heavenly Dragon continent. Because they were members of the royal family of Northern Han, Ling Xiao needed them to stabilize Northern Han, so they did not appear here. The cultivation of the remaining people had improved in the past 6 months. However, the one who improved the fastest was Long Chen. The Dragon Clan youth's talent was truly terrifying, and his cultivation speed was even more astonishing. Right now, he was already at the peak of the first paradise. It wouldn't be long before he broke through to the second paradise. Without Ling Xiao, he was definitely the best among the students of Qingshu College. Originally, Haim Myeonkeo was only slightly weaker than him. She was even stronger than Ji Mingxing. Unfortunately, she was crippled now. Lan Yuer, Feng Yanran, and Ing Wuya were at the second level. Both of them had reached the half-stepped Grotto Heaven realm, which was quite good. Dai Yuling and Dai Yaoling were considered to be in the 3rd grade. Both of their cultivations were at the peak of 10 directions heaven. Well, not bad. You haven't wasted your time in the past 6 months. I'm very pleased. This time, I brought 2 kinds of combination pills. One of them can give a celestial realm warrior a 70 to 80% chance of breaking through 1 or 2 realms. Take it. As he spoke, he took out the pill. When he was refining it, he naturally wouldn't forget his friends who had gone through life and death with him. The few of them took the pills and did not refuse. Because there was no need. Only by increasing their strength could they help Ling Xiao more. Otherwise, they would only be a burden to Ling Xiao. That was not something they wanted to see. Moreover, the Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin. Their celestial empire naturally had to compete for a spot. Senior brother Ling, what's your cultivation now? Long Chen finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. He had wanted to ask when he was at Ji Mingxing's wedding. Now, he was even more eager to know. After all, Ling Xiao's combat strength was really terrifying. Is there a need to ask? Of course, I've already advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm. Otherwise, how could I have killed Pingyu so easily? Ing Wuya said. Ling Xiao smiled and kept them in suspense. What's my cultivation level? You'll naturally know during the Dragon Phoenix selection. Seeing that he didn't say anything, everyone stopped asking. The reason why Ling Xiao kept it a secret was because even now, he wasn't sure what his cultivation level was. When he was in the Celestial Empire's divine capital, he found the human king's notes in the Imperial Jade Seal and tried to cultivate according to the method inside. After that, he entered a very strange state. It was difficult to say the exact realm of his cultivation. It felt like he hadn't integrated this state into his cultivation. This required a very special opportunity to succeed. Originally, he thought that Ji Mingxing would give him a surprise. Unfortunately, when he was dealing with Ji Mingxing, it was too easy. There was no pressure at all. What he needed now was pressure, the pressure of death. Others might not know that the reason why he killed Ji Mingxing and Pingyu so crazily was related to the shackles of his cultivation. If he didn't solve this illusory state, his cultivation might never be able to advance. In order to break through, he had to put himself in a desperate situation. Looking at Ling Xiao, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Long Chen, Lan Yuer, and Dai Yuling were fine. They knew that Ling Zhao's talent was outstanding. Even if he really broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm, it wouldn't be strange. However, Haim Myeonkeo, Ing Wuya, and Feng Yanran were different. Especially Feng Yanran. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Divine Phoenix Empire, her cultivation level was only at the Heaven realm. Who would have thought that in just over a year, this person would be able to easily kill the #1 Grotto Heaven realm martial artist? What Haim Myeonkeo and Ing Wuya's side was that although Ling Xiao took first place in the martial arts festival, he wasn't much stronger than Haim Myeonkeo. Now, He had far surpassed Haim Myungkeo and Ingwea, becoming a true heaven's pride. Ling Xiao's talent was something people could only look up to. The Grotto Heaven realm was a powerful realm that countless martial artists pursued. Only after entering this realm could one be considered to have truly reached a higher level. With their own paradise domain, they would be able to live longer. Long Chun was from the Dragon Clan, so it was understandable that he was talented. Haim Myungkeo had the bloodline of the human monarch, so it was understandable. However, what was so special about Ling Xiao? Why was his cultivation speed so fast? Ling Xiao might have secrets. However, the few people present did not ask about it. They believed that when Ling Xiao was willing to tell them, he would naturally tell them. There was no need to deliberately ask. Let's go to the Heavenly Essence Pagoda. After consuming the elixir, you can cultivate in seclusion. I will personally protect you. Ling Xiao knew that after he left, the Heavenly Essence Pagoda had become the exclusive cultivation ground of the Phoenix Academy. Only Long Chun and Haim Myungkeo dared to cultivate there. Most of the other Qingshu College disciples could only cultivate in the academy. They were helpless. Now that Long Chun had broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm, there was no point in cultivating in the Heavenly Essence Pagoda. Qingshu College had specially arranged a secret realm for him. Although Qingshu College was deserted now, it was still a big school with a deep foundation. It still had such a secret realm. Moreover, the quality of this secret realm was quite good. Chapter 1338. Long Chen and the Vice-Dean of Qingshu College, Feng Qingyan, went to the arcane realm. Ling Xiao led the others to the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda. Not only his friends, but also many disciples who had not been to the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda for half a year. These people called him senior brother, so he had to do what a senior brother should do. Since he had already offended the Celestial Emperor, it did not matter if he caused a ruckus. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda, he realized that every floor was guarded by a martial artist from the Phoenix Academy. It could be said that they treated this place as their private training ground. However, all of this was meaningless to him. He led the others and walked straight to the pagoda. They started to clean up the first floor. After all, no one cared if the other party violated the rules. Naturally, he could also violate the rules. From today onwards, the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda belongs to Qingshu College for half a year. No one else is allowed to enter, especially those from the Phoenix Academy. After Ling Xiao finished cleaning up the first floor, he shouted loudly, "If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Don't make me do it. You're too overbearing, Ling. There are only so many disciples in Qingshu College. How can you occupy the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda?" Some people from the Phoenix Academy were dissatisfied. "I'm overbearing? Why didn't you think about how overbearing you were when you occupied this place and prevented the disciples of Qingshu College from cultivating? Now you're talking nonsense with me. Get out!" After saying that, he waved his hand lightly. That person was sent flying out of the pagoda. After that, Ling Xiao continued to clean up the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda. He did not leave any guards on each floor. He only allowed suitable disciples of Qingshu College to cultivate. Then, he set up a Dharma formation at the entrance. This Dharma formation could only be broken by someone who was more skilled and powerful than him. Otherwise, he could only worry and do nothing about it. He was not greedy. Phoenix Academy had occupied this place for half a year. It was enough for him to set up the Dharma formation for half a year. The disciples of Qingshu College looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a god. Even the teachers of the college did not look like that. He was too powerful. From the bottom to the top, the number of people following behind Ling Xiao became fewer and fewer. That was because there would be people arranged to enter each level to cultivate. As for the people from the Phoenix Academy, most of them were quite obedient and left obediently. Ling Xiao showed no mercy to those who were disobedient. He broke their legs and cut off their ears. Since he couldn't understand human language and couldn't walk, what was the point of having legs and ears? Don't think that what he did was cruel. The Phoenix Academy had done the same thing to the students of Qingshu College more than once. It was precisely because of their overbearing and unreasonable behavior that many students of Qingshu College had no choice but to leave Qingshu College and join the Phoenix Academy. An eye for an eye. Ling Xiao didn't think there was anything wrong with that. He was not a saint. He did not have so much pity and sympathy to give out. Ling Xiao, you are too arrogant! Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the sky, which stunned Lan Yu, Cold Plum, Ying Wuya, and Feng Minglian, who were following behind Ling Xiao. This is the aura of someone who has reached the Tao Insight realm. This guy actually jumped 2 levels at once and directly reached the second Tao Insight realm from the half-step Tao Insight realm? Feng Yiren said in shock. Although she didn't reach the Tao Insight realm, she was quite familiar with the aura of each level. After all, she was born in a royal family and had read a lot of books. Do you know this guy? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. This guy is Shang Guanhong. He joined Qingshu College half a year ago. The college treated him well. He even poached several students and left with them to join the Phoenix Academy. Feng Yanren said angrily. Why didn't Qingshu College punish these people? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. It's not that they don't want to punish them, but they can't. According to the college rules, students are free to leave the college and choose to study elsewhere. Feng Yanren smiled bitterly and said, You should know this. I almost forgot. The college is different from the sect. Ling Xiao sighed and said, But why does this guy seem to have a grudge against me? He just broke through and wants to find trouble with me. I don't know. Feng Yanren shook her head and said, Let's go and see what's going on. That should be the top level of the Heaven Essence Pagoda. We haven't had time to clean it up. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Although the college didn't say that students couldn't quit halfway and join an enemy sect, in Ling Xiao's eyes, such people were traitors. Although they didn't have to be eradicated, such behavior was quite shameful. Therefore, he didn't have a good impression of Shang Guanhong. The second Tao Insight realm was more powerful than Tianping and Huangzi. Although he was not as powerful as the sword demon who provoked him in the divine capital, he was still quite powerful. The group walked up the stairs and arrived at the highest level. At this time, there were many people gathered here. However, they were all disciples of the Phoenix Academy. At the place where the stone door was opened, a man in a rainbow-colored robe was standing. He looked very flashy. A gust of wind blew past, and his sleeves and robe fluttered. He looked like a hero. With an arrogant smile on his face, he looked at Ling Xiao. A powerful aura surrounded his body. A pure domain energy symbolized that he had indeed entered the Tao Insight realm. This Shang Guanhong is indeed a genius. In less than half a year, he advanced from the half-step Tao Insight realm to the Tao Insight realm. He even jumped 1 level and advanced to the second Tao Insight realm. The onlookers all clicked their tongues in wonder. Isn't that obvious? Otherwise, why would the Phoenix Academy accept such a person as a disciple? Obviously, the surrounding martial artists of the Phoenix Academy were very excited. Every time the Phoenix Academy produced a Tao Insight realm martial artist, it was their pride. Other than the 10 Phoenix Sons, there was no one else in the younger generation who could advance to the Tao Insight realm. However, as the Dragon Phoenix selection approached, in this half a year, the Divine Phoenix Academy had accepted many young talents with absolute talent. Shang Guanhong was obviously one of them. Looks like the glorious generation of the Divine Phoenix Empire is finally born. Everyone was very excited. I guess that Ji Mingxing is about to break through. In that case, with the 10 Phoenix Sons and the other hidden genius Tao Insight realm martial artists, the Dragon Phoenix selection this time will definitely be very lively. The martial artists who cultivated at the top of the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda usually stayed for a few months. Some even stayed for a year or 2. Therefore, they didn't know that Ji Mingxing had been killed. Tianping Huangzi Pingyu was also killed. They didn't even know that Peacock Huangzi Konghe was crippled. In their hearts, the 10 Phoenix Sons were still complete. Ji Mingxing, who came to the Divine Phoenix Empire half a year ago, should not be far from breaking through under the Emperor's great nurturing. This was definitely an era of shocking talents. It was an era where heroes emerged in large numbers. Chapter 1339. Ever since the birth of the mountain river, martial soul was rumored. Although no one had seen it before, the number of rising geniuses and youths had indeed increased. There was no doubt about this. In this era of heroes, those who could stand out from the countless geniuses or trample on the rest were the true kings of the youth. The true monstrous genius who stood above all the other geniuses. This era was destined to belong to such a person. However, no one knew who he would be. After all, before the Dragon Phoenix selection and the White Tiger meet, everything was still a mystery. Behind Shang Guanhong was a seven-colored rainbow. It was not a vision, but his martial soul. The rainbow martial soul is a very unique martial soul. Even among the nature-type martial souls, it is still very rare. In the crowd, there were still people with outstanding eyesight who could see the rarity of Shang Guanhong's martial soul. Standing in the seven-colored rainbow, Shang Guanhong was like a god of war draped in colorful armor. He was majestic and awe-inspiring. The rainbow flashed, and each light represented a special attack. This was why such a martial soul was rare. Its attacks were often impossible to guard against. Torrential rain domain! Shang Guanhong did not stop after revealing his martial soul. He seemed to want to show his strength by releasing his own paradise domain. Violent winds and torrential rain fell, and that space became a unique space that belonged to him. Half of it was a torrential rain, and the other half was a rainbow. Both were extremely dangerous and terrifying. Torrential rain domain combined with the rainbow martial soul. Shang Guanhong is really a rather unique person. I wonder how he will fare in actual combat. Someone secretly asked. That's not clear. He has just broken through to the Paradise Realm and has not fought. Everything is still uncertain. No one could answer this question, not even Shang Guanhong himself. Before being tested in actual combat, everything was illusory. Shang Guanhong's gaze shifted away from Ling Yao's face with disdain and arrogance. He then said loudly, "From today onwards I, Shang Guanhong, will reserve the Heaven Essence Pagoda. If you are not a disciple of the Phoenix Academy, no one is allowed to enter. Next I will challenge the 10th ranked celebrity, Huang Zi, and the 9th ranked Heavenly Rock, Huang Zi. I will use my strength to obtain a Huang Zi position. Although the two of them are not bad, they are no match for me. As for a certain piece of trash who kept clamoring while I was in seclusion, I think his name is Ling Xiao. Hurry up and scram while I'm still in a good mood. Otherwise, the first person I'll destroy after I advance will be you." This was a declaration of absolute confidence and arrogance. He wanted to tell everyone present, to tell Ling Xiao, that he, Shang Guanhong, would become one of the best in this era. Not only did he have to step on Jimingxing and Ping Yu's heads to climb up, but he also had to step on some ants who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. And this ant, he had already pointed out that it was Ling Xiao. "Well said! Brother Shang Guan, you are indeed confident. That Ling Xiao is nothing. That's right. Even Heavenly Rock and Huang Zi are no match for you." Shang Guanhong knew himself well. He only wanted to challenge the two Huang Zi who were ranked at the bottom. He did not mention anything about those who were ranked at the top. That was because he knew that those people were not people he could challenge. At the very least, he had to wait until he stabilized his cultivation. I thought you, Shang Guanhong, had some great ability. It turns out that you only want to challenge two dead men." Feng Yanran could not stand Shang Guanhong's arrogant look, so she spoke sarcastically. "What do you mean?" Shang Guanhong asked coldly. His gaze was cold and ruthless. If Feng Yanran could not give him a satisfactory answer, he swore that he would kill her. "What do I mean?" Feng Yanran smiled and said, "Celebrity Huang Zi, Jimingxing, and Heavenly Rock, Huang Zi, Pingyu, were killed today." "What? How is that possible? Who killed them?" Shang Guanhong questioned. "This person is not on the horizon, but right in front of you." Feng Yanran looked at Ling Xiao and was filled with pride. Ling Xiao was able to kill Jimingxing and Ping Yu, which surprised her. This person's talent was definitely rare. It was truly admirable. Him? Shang Guanhong was stunned for a moment and said, "This ant? You keep saying that he is an ant. Then are the two Huangzi who were killed by him even worse than an ant?" Feng Yanran smiled. "Good, very good. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. If the two of them are really dead, then I will have to challenge the Thunder Eagle Huangzi, Ying Tianxia, who is ranked 8th. In addition, there is also Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming who are trying to compete with me for the position of Huangzi. If you are interested, Ling Xiao, you can also challenge them. I don't mind getting rid of you." Shang Guanhong revealed a sinister smile. He originally planned to challenge Jimingxing and Ping Yu immediately. However, since the two of them were dead, he had to prepare for 3 days to challenge the Thunder Eagle Huangzi, Ying Tianxia. In this challenge, he would definitely face a competition with Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. He might as well challenge them together. As for Ling Xiao, he still did not take him seriously. He had already observed earlier that Ling Xiao's aura was not strong. According to his judgment, his cultivation was at most in the Grotto Heaven realm. He could still crush him. Therefore, there was no need to take it to heart. After speaking, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I am going back to the Phoenix Academy to recuperate. However, I have to say this. This Heaven Essence Pagoda belongs to the Phoenix Academy. You better take your people and get lost. Otherwise, in 3 days, it will not be as simple as a challenge. I will kill you." "Is this considered a threat?" Ling Xiao asked faintly. "Yes, it is a threat. If you don't want to die, be obedient." After speaking, Shang Guanhong turned into a long rainbow and quickly disappeared into the sky. Looking at that figure, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. One of the 10 great phoenixes? He was not interested in this empty title. However, it seemed that it was time for him to fight for it. Even if it was just for the reputation of Qingshu College. Otherwise, it would be a shame if such a big college did not even have a single phoenix. Ling Xiao, get lost. Didn't you hear what our brother Shang Guan said? As soon as Shang Guanhong left, a Phoenix Academy martial artist pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and scolded. "Ah!" In the next moment, one of his fingers was cut off. "Get lost." Ling Xiao looked at everyone from the Phoenix Academy coldly. His cold, murderous intent quickly spread throughout the Heaven Essence Pagoda, causing everyone to tremble. Those who were still in the Heaven Essence Pagoda were those who had not broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, these people did not have the intention to kill him. He could not be bothered to kill them. He just wanted to chase them away. Chapter 1340. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? Didn't you hear what Brother Shengguan said? Aren't you afraid that he'll kill you? The warrior who had his finger cut off said in horror. Afraid? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully and said, "He wants to die. Don't tell me you guys want to die with him. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to scram. Otherwise, none of you will be left alive." Too terrifying. Too powerful. Was this Ling Xiao? The legendary son of the demon god? Ling Xiao had many nicknames, but most of them were vicious and were given to him by his enemies. Not only was he not annoyed by these nicknames, but he also felt that they were not bad. "Ling Xiao, you're really finished." Although they were shouting, the disciples of the Phoenix Academy on the highest level of the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda ran away as if they were running for their lives. "Those who are cultivating, get out. Don't make me repeat myself." Ling Xiao glanced at the single cultivation room. There was obviously a warrior cultivating in one of the rooms. "I'm the son of the Emperor. How dare you chase me away?" A cold shout came from the single room. The Divine Phoenix Emperor was said to have 10 sons. One of them was one of the 10 Phoenix sons. The other 8 were also Grotto Heaven Realm warriors, but they were not part of the 10 Phoenix sons. They were training deep in the palace, and were said to be official divine guards of justice. Only the youngest son had not reached the grotto heaven realm. Scram! Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. Your emperor sent the divine guards of justice to kill me, and I don't dare to chase you away? I'm already giving that old thing face by not killing you. How dare you ask me to scram? Phoenix Cry Yashan, the son of the emperor, was indescribably furious. Although he was not the crown prince, he was the son of the emperor. He was a member of the royal family. How dare someone ask him to scram? You talk too much! Ling Xiao flung his sleeves and the stone door that was supposed to be protected by an array shattered. The son of the emperor was blasted out. You! Feng Ming Yashan's face was covered in blood. Although they were all superficial wounds, he could not tolerate such humiliation. Still not leaving? A ferocious grin appeared on Ling Zhao's face. I'm leaving! But just you wait! Phoenix Cry Cliff Mountain didn't dare to stay any longer. He had heard of Ling Zhao's terror from others. Facing this madman, he didn't dare to face him head-on. If this person wanted to kill him, he would really dare to do it directly, without caring about his identity. I'm waiting! Ling Xiao smiled at Feng Ming Yashan, who was sent flying. He had heard such threats many times, and they were meaningless. Ling Xiao, I think you should be more careful. Feng Ming Yashan is the emperor's youngest son. He has been doted on by his 9 brothers and his father since he was young. He is extremely vicious and is definitely the kind of person who will seek revenge by fair means or foul. Feng Yanran reminded him. I can't wait for him to deal with me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. If Feng Ming Yashan didn't come to deal with him, how could he have a reason to deal with Feng Ming Wuliang? Oh you, I really can't see through you. Then, 3 days later, will you go to Shang Guanhong's challenge? Feng Yanran asked. Yes, why wouldn't I go? I'm just an ant, and I really want to see how powerful that arrogant Shang Guanhong is. Of course, Ling Xiao had to go. What he was pursuing now was a battle to his heart's content. It would be best if it was a situation of certain death. Perhaps only then could he be stimulated to get out of this strange state. Otherwise, being stuck in this state, although powerful, would not make him feel at ease. You guys can cultivate here in peace. With the Dharma array that I set up, ordinary people can't break it. After settling everyone down, Ling Xiao returned to Qingshu College and entered the secret realm to cultivate. Feng Qingyan had arranged the best secret realm for him to cultivate. Not only because Ling Xiao had a close personal relationship with him, but also because Ling Xiao was currently the biggest pride of the entire Qingshu College. In 3 days, all kinds of 10 pieces were constantly brewing. The death of the celebrity Huang Zi and the heavenly rock Huang Zi left the position of the 10 Phoenix Sons empty again. When the peacock Huang Zi was abolished, a mysterious newcomer took over his position and directly became the head of the 10 Phoenix Sons. Now, when the celebrity Huang Zi and the heavenly rock Huang Zi died, such a mysterious newcomer did not appear. Therefore, at the request of Shang Guanhong and the others, the emperor planned to have an arena battle in the imperial capital square. The 2 winners would become the successor Phoenix Sons. The list of people who would participate in this battle had already been decided. They were Shang Guanhong, Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu. But if anyone was not convinced, they could also challenge on the spot. Now that the imperial capital was full of young talents, not all of them were interested in the title of the 10 Phoenix Sons. Therefore, there might not be any warriors stronger than these 4 people. But the emperor still left this opportunity for those young people. Once they became a Phoenix Sun, it was equivalent to becoming a member of the divine Phoenix Empire. If they betrayed, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, young people who liked freedom would not easily participate in this kind of challenge. Ling Xiao was cultivating alone in the secret realm, but his primordial spirit had left his body, so he was very clear about the situation in the outside world. He liked to join in this kind of excitement. There would probably be many experts participating, and he could take the opportunity to train himself. Although he had been cultivating these few days, that strange state had always shrouded him. He could not retreat, and it was difficult to cultivate. Therefore, he stopped cultivating and prepared to go out for a walk to see if he could encounter any opportunities. After all, this kind of thing could not be rushed. He had been thinking about how to resolve his body's predicament since the Celestial Empire's divine capital. But when he reached the divine Phoenix Empire's imperial capital, he still could not think of anything. The only inspiration he received was to engage in a battle of certain death. Only then would he be able to get out of this predicament. This kind of opportunity was very dangerous, but there can be no construction without destruction. He was originally a guy who liked to take risks, and with the help of the mountain and river martial spirit, even if he was in a situation of certain death, he believed that he could turn it around. It would be difficult to find such an opportunity if he stayed in the academy all the time. Therefore, it might be a good idea to go out for a walk. However, just as he stepped out of the secret realm, a familiar figure suddenly flashed in front of him. Although Ling Xiao could not remember who the owner of the figure was, he still followed. This person clearly wanted to lure him out of Qingshu College, probably because it was inconvenient to talk here. After nearly 15 minutes, Ling Xiao arrived at a deserted area outside the imperial capital. The figure also slowed down and finally stopped. "Senior, who are you? Why did you lead me here?" Ling Xiao asked when he was about 100 meters away from the figure. At such a distance, it was more convenient whether it was to attack or retreat. Of course, he did not notice that a gorgeous figure had quietly followed him. This person was the Moon Maiden. The Moon Maiden's protection of Ling Xiao was very comprehensive. Chapter 1341. The Moon Maiden knew that Ling Xiao had provoked many enemies when he returned to the imperial capital. Someone would definitely plot against Ling Xiao. Thus, the protection of Ling Xiao was even tighter. However, in order to avoid Ling Xiao's discomfort, she had been very careful to conceal her aura. It was very easy for a yin-yang realm martial artist to not be discovered by others. "Since you're here, why don't you come out for a chat?" The person in front suddenly turned his head, and a familiar smiling face appeared in front of Ling Xiao. "Grandfather!" Ling Xiao was so excited that his entire body trembled. He had come to the Divine Phoenix continent from the Heavenly Dragon continent to find his grandfather, Hong Qi. Unfortunately, other than getting some information from Ji Ning, there had been no other news about Hong Qi. He did not expect to meet him here today. However, who was the girl that his grandfather was talking about? Could it be Sister Moon Maiden? Ling Xiao turned his head and saw the Moon Maiden's light blue figure slowly appear. However, the Moon Maiden's cheeks were slightly flushed, and she was even a little nervous. This was because she heard Ling Xiao call that person grandfather. Since he was Ling Xiao's grandfather, didn't that mean he was her grandfather? She could not help but feel nervous when meeting an elder. "Haha, you're really something. You already have a woman, but you didn't even bring her here for your grandfather to see." Hong Qi smiled as he stroked his beard. He casually drew a circle and isolated this space from the outside world. In that instant, the Moon Maiden was shocked. Hong Qi's strength was simply unfathomable. When did Ling Xiao have such a powerful grandfather? "Grandfather, let's not talk about me. Where have you been all this time? Also, what's with your strength? Back in Tianfeng City, you couldn't even defeat an ordinary martial vein realm martial artist." Ling Xiao asked a series of questions. "Sit down and tell me slowly." Hong Qi gently touched his storage ring, and a table and chairs appeared on the ground. After the three of them sat down, Hong Qi sighed and said, "It's a long story. When I was at the peak of my career, I was plotted against by the people closest to me. Although I didn't die, I became a cripple. Fortunately, your parents saved me. Later on, in order to repay their kindness, I carried you to Tianfeng City, the place with the weakest cultivators." "My parents? Grandpa, do you know who my parents are?" Ling Xiao asked excitedly. "Now you can be considered a person who can take charge of things on your own. You can know some of the truth." Hong Qi smiled and said, "Your father is Ji Furing, the successor of the sacred dynasty's Saint Emperor, while your mother is Yu Xianwei, a peerless powerhouse of the soul race. It's really them." Although Ling Xiao had guessed it before, he was still shocked when he heard the truth from Hong Qi. That's right, it's them. Hong Qi nodded. But why did they abandon me? Ling Xiao was a little resentful. It's not that they want to abandon you, but because the path they want to take is uncertain. Bringing you along will only harm you. Hong Qi sighed and said, If there are no accidents, your parents should have walked out of the gate of heaven's chosen. As for where they are, even I don't know. If one day you can also pass through the gate of heaven's chosen, try and see if you can find them. Why must humans pass through the gate of heaven's chosen? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. I can answer this. The Moon Maiden suddenly said. The mystic world we live in is a very unstable world. It can collapse at any time. Leaving the mystic world to find another place suitable for the survival of the myriad races is something that has been done since more than 100,000 years ago. Not only that, Hong Qi added, according to the information observed in the Immortal Court, the powerhouses from beyond the sky seem to like to use other backward worlds as their practice targets. Just like how many martial artists break stones to test their strength, the mystic world is just like a stone in their eyes. Isn't this too outrageous? Ling Xiao felt that his brain capacity was a little insufficient. He had never heard of the things that the Moon Maiden and Hong Qi said. He had never even thought about it before. Whether it's outrageous or not, none of us can say for sure. After all, it's just the words of a big shot. If you really want to know the truth, you can only know the answer when your cultivation reaches a certain level and you walk out of the gate of heaven's chosen. Hong Qi smiled and said, Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the things around you. I heard that you founded the Celestial Empire and became the Celestial Emperor? That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. Good boy, you have ambition, but don't be proud because of this. As far as I know, the Black Crow Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire recently signed the Northern Desert Alliance. I don't know the specific content of the alliance, but what is certain is that the two empires have always been enemies. Now that they have begun to trade and even send diplomatic missions to each other, you have to be careful that the Divine Phoenix Empire will make a move on your Celestial Empire. Hong Qi reminded. I know. Ling Xiao had actually thought that such a day would come. How could he allow others to sleep beside him? The Divine Phoenix Empire would definitely not allow the Celestial Empire to grow stronger. It's good that you know. Also, I have to tell you that the Tomohiko Kuma you captured alive before, after going through that ordeal, not only did he not become dispirited, he became even more mature and stronger than before. Hong Qi smiled and said, This person's cultivation was originally much higher than yours. If it wasn't for his lack of experience, he wouldn't have been captured alive by you. Now, he is already a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Rumor has it that his master, Timur Mutu, left him a treasure that can allow him to cultivate to the peak of the Yin-Yang realm. Now, he hates you to the bone. Tomohiko Kuma? Ling Xiao smiled and said, If I can capture him alive once, I can capture him alive again. Last time, because someone helped him, he survived. But next time, it might not be so. It's good to be confident, but you have to be careful. Hong Qi continued. Now, Northern Desert City has already become an abandoned city. Ever since you moved all the people there to the Heavenly Dragon continent, that place has gradually become desolate. Sigh, if the Divine Phoenix Empire could trust Jining a little more, it wouldn't be like this. Ling Xiao sighed and said, No need to sigh. Their misdeeds have instead helped you. Hong Qi said, Because the Dragon Phoenix selection is coming, the White Tiger meet will also be held after that. I reckon that the wars between big countries will gradually decrease. Your biggest goal now should be to get at least the top 3 in the Dragon Tiger meet. This way, the benefits you will receive will not only increase your own cultivation, but will also be of great help. At the same time, it will also make your empire stronger. The White Tiger meet actually has such benefits. Ling Xiao originally thought that this kind of martial arts festival was just to reward martial artists. He didn't expect that it would also be beneficial to the development of a country. Chapter 1342. Of course. The top 3 of the white tiger meat will be rewarded with the law of the profound world. This law is absolute. Other than the strongest people in the profound world, no one can violate it. If you obtain it, you and your empire will naturally benefit immensely. Hongqi smiled. The first place should get the best law, right? Ling Xiao asked. That's right, but it won't be easy to get first place. Not to mention the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 Phoenix Sons, just the Black Crow Empire's 7 demons are not to be trifled with. Not to mention there will also be some young cultivators from the White Tiger continent participating. Although they aren't the top geniuses of the White Tiger continent, they won't be weaker than the 10 Phoenix Sons and 7 demons. In addition, there are also the geniuses from the 5 Immortal Island and 7 Martial Sect Island. Don't be careless. Hongqi sighed. Just like how I got first place in the Martial Arts Festival, the first place of the White Tiger meet will also be mine. If you don't believe in yourself, how can you make others believe in you? Hongqi looked deeply at Ling Xiao, as if he saw himself when he was young. However, Ling Xiao was even more arrogant and confident than when he was young. Today, he had originally planned to advise Ling Xiao to conceal his strength and bide his time, temporarily avoiding the brunt of the attack. But now, he couldn't say anything. Ling Xiao's path was different from his, and his path was a failure. Because he hid his strength and bided his time, many people came to harass him unscrupulously, making him feel annoyed. It wasn't as good as Ling Xiao's current situation. Maybe he could wait and see, and let Ling Xiao walk his own path. Grandfather, come back to Qingshu College with me? Ling Xiao said. Forget it. It's easier for grandfather to protect you in the dark. After all, no one knows about my relationship with you yet, so I won't be included in the calculation of your battle strength. Hongqi smiled and said, There's something that grandfather needs your help with. Grandfather, just say it. Ling Xiao nodded. I found this pill formula in the book left behind by your mother. It seems to be able to restore my cultivation. If possible, I'll have to trouble you to refine it. As he spoke, Hongqi handed the pill formula to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a glance. However, as long as his cultivation could reach the upper levels of the Grotto Heaven realm, which was the 7th Grotto Heaven realm or above, it might be possible. Grandfather, I can't concoct this pill for the time being. But don't worry, I'll be able to do it soon. At this stage, I'll help you find the ingredients. Ling Xiao. Then I'll have to trouble you, little fellow. When Grandpa came over just now, he noticed a group of people lying in ambush outside the Qingshu Academy. I guess they are targeting you. Be careful when you go back. Hongqi glanced at the Moon Maiden. He thought that with the Moon Maiden around, those people wouldn't be able to do anything to Ling Xiao. However, he didn't know that Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with excitement when he heard this. After parting ways with Hongqi, Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden returned to Qingshu College. It was already night time, and it was drizzling. Dozens of black figures were lurking on both sides of the mountain path leading to Qingshu College. They stared at each other like wild beasts on the hunt. Sister Moon Maiden, no matter what happens later, even if I'm about to be killed, don't do anything. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and said to the Moon Maiden who was hiding in the dark. I can't do it. The Moon Maiden said after pondering for a moment. Even if you can't do it, you have to do it. This might be the best opportunity for me to improve my cultivation. I don't want to miss it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and said, If you really want what's best for me, don't do anything. If you can't help it, stay away and don't look. The Moon Maiden remained silent. Ling Xiao sighed. He knew that the Moon Maiden probably couldn't do it. However, he also believed that the Moon Maiden could determine if he was really in danger or not. It would be fine as long as she didn't act in a hurry. He quickened his pace and walked to the center of the mountain path that was filled with danger. It's raining. You guys aren't wearing your bamboo hats, right? It's better to come out and solve the problem quickly so that you can go home and rest. He stood there, and his cold voice flew out, scuttling into the pitch-black bushes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, Dozens of figures rushed out of the bushes. However, there were still people hiding inside. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. His Tai Chi had the ability to see through things. He could see through the shadowy bushes. Naturally, he knew how many people were inside. Dragon King Tian, you really live up to your reputation. We are all specially trained assassins. I didn't expect you to still discover us. One of them seemed to be the leader of this group. There was a silver venomous snake embroidered on the black scarf that he wore. Who are you guys? Ling Xiao asked. He was very interested to find out who had the power to send so many experts to deal with him after so many divine guards of justice had been killed. The silver venomous snake in front of him was also at the Grotto Heaven realm. However, he felt that he was more powerful than Ping Yu and Lu Qianzong. Dense murderous aura filled the air. It was obvious that he had killed many people. There were 4 other people hiding in the bushes. They were also Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Moreover, they were all in their 40s or 50s. Their scarves were embroidered with scorpion, centipede, toad, and spider. Their strength was similar to that of the silver venomous snake. The venomous snake did not answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, he questioned, Ling Xiao, although you are the Dragon King Tian, you have killed more than 1,000 divine guards of justice on the streets. Furthermore, you have killed the 2 pillars of the empire, Huangzi and Huangzi. You have committed a heinous crime. If you know what's good for you, you can come with us. Otherwise, this place will be your grave. Ling Xiao smiled. This was going to be fun. 5 Grotto Heaven realm martial artists and several dozen half-stepped Grotto Heaven realm martial artists had joined forces to take his life. In the imperial capital, there should be no one else other than the 8 great races and the Righteous Alliance who had such ability. Was it the Righteous Alliance? The Peacock race? The Great Peng race? Or the Ice Phoenix race? Ling Xiao speculated, but his eyes were cold. There's no need to sound so dignified. Since you're here to take my life, you might as well come out together. You bunch of weaklings are no match for me. As for the 4 people hiding in the bushes, do you want me to invite you out? After saying this, Ling Xiao suddenly raised his hand, and a powerful sword chi cut through the bushes. The 4 people also came out. Venomous snake, scorpion, centipede, toad, and spider. Interesting. You should be the rumored 5 poison assassins of the Dark God Hall's 5 Poison Hall, right? Ling Xiao recognized the origins of these people at a glance. This was because Hong Qi had just given him a rough overview of the situation after the Sacred Dynasty's state religion had split. The Dark God Hall was one of the 12 Dark God Halls. They were most skilled in cultivating assassins. In the past, they had made great contributions to the Sacred Dynasty, assassinating many generals of the true Demon Empire. Chapter 1343. In the past, the Dark God Hall was considered a powerful force in the Sacred Dynasty, assisting the Sacred Emperor in saving the people from calamity. However, ever since the Dark God Hall was separated, it had completely changed. The current Dark God Hall was the largest assassin organization in the mystic world. The 5 Poison Hall was one of its branches, specializing in poison. The 5 Poison Assassin in front of him should be the assassin leader of the 5 Poison Hall branch in the Divine Phoenix continent. He was probably a silver assassin of the branch. It was said that the gold assassins of the 5 Poison Hall branch in the Divine Phoenix continent were generally at the upper levels of the Grotto Heaven realm. The silver assassins were low and middle levels of the Grotto Heaven realm, and there were not many of them. This time, they had sent 5 of them to deal with Ling Xiao. They had really put in a lot of effort. The rest of the half-stepped Grotto Heaven realm assassins should be bronze assassins, or it could be said that they were suicide soldiers sent to their deaths. Since you have already recognized us, then you should know that we, the Dark God Hall, have always been paid to eliminate disasters. If you are obedient today, we will not kill you. After we bring you back, we will hand you over to our guests. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Viper looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said in a very arrogant and callous manner. Interesting, I'm afraid you are not qualified. Ling Xiao sneered, and a powerful aura was released from his body. The fallen leaves under his feet were blown away by this aura. He had waited for this opportunity for too long. Although the 4 first-level Grotto Heaven Realm warriors were not his ideal opponents, the assassins of the Dark God Hall should be stronger than the average warrior. They might be able to help him get out of that state. Stop! Suddenly, a shout rang out, and a group of people rushed over from the darkness. The leader was none other than Feng Yanran, and the people led by Feng Yanran were the guards of the Crown Prince's palace in the Hidden Mountain. Viper looked coldly at Feng Yanran and said, "So it is the cousin of the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain. Are you also here to die?" He did not care about the guards of the Hidden Mountain at all. After all, he was a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, and those guards were only at the Heaven Realm. "Yanran, didn't I tell you to cultivate in the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda? Why did you come out?" Ling Xiao also frowned. Feng Yanran's appearance could not help him at all. Instead, she would become a burden. These people were the assassins of the Dark God Palace. After taking the money, they wouldn't care about your identity. They would kill whoever they wanted. I was still worried about your safety and couldn't cultivate in peace, so I asked for some people from my cousin in the Hidden Mountain. I didn't expect them to come in handy today. Feng Yanran explained. Sai, what's the use of you coming? The other party is an assassin from the Dark God Palace. Not to mention that you're Feng Yanran, even if you're Feng Ming Wuliang, as long as they've received the money, they'll still complete the mission. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Let's go back. I'll take care of things here. Go back? Since she's here, she can stay here forever. At this moment, another voice sounded. He was still dressed in black, and he was also wearing a black scarf. His appearance could not be seen clearly, but there was also a silver poisonous snake embroidered on the black scarf. However, there was a small dagger embroidered beside the poisonous snake. His cultivation was obviously stronger than the poisonous snake from before. The second Grotto Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank, but he was even more excited. It's here, it's finally here. 4 first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, 1 second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, and dozens of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. This battle was definitely worth a try. What, you want to kill me, and also the people of the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountain? Ling Xiao looked at them and asked coldly. So what? We can't let anyone who saw us go. They must all die. Dagger Gentleman said coldly. The rain seemed to be heavier. Ling Xiao's face cracked into a bright smile. Yanran, take your people and stand aside. With me here, no one can hurt you. After saying that, Ling Xiao released the Dark Sword Realm. In the Sword Realm, the rain suddenly stopped, and dozens of assassins were completely enveloped in it. How dare you? Aren't you afraid of death? Dagger Gentleman frowned. Ling Xiao's Sword Realm was very strong. He could feel that if he did not kill Ling Xiao, the Sword Realm could not be broken. Dagger Gentleman was only here to supervise the execution and had no intention of taking action. However, now he was also trapped in the Dark Sword Realm. It was impossible for him not to take action. Die. If you have the ability, I will die without regrets. Ling Xiao said with a grin. All of you stand aside. I will kill him. Dagger Gentleman was obviously angry. Ling Xiao dared to look down on him. As a second-class silver medal assassin, he had killed many first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was unknown, he was at most in the first Grotto Heaven Realm. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Don't regret it. Ling Xiao looked at Dagger Gentleman and showed a grim smile. The cold smile made the assassins feel a sense of foreboding. Feng Yanran stood outside anxiously and looked at Ling Xiao. She regretted it very much. If she did not appear, Ling Xiao might choose to escape. With Ling Xiao's body movement, escaping should not be a problem. But now, it was impossible for Ling Xiao to escape. It was all her fault. Don't worry. I am here. In the darkness, a familiar voice came into Feng Yanran's ears. Her Highness Moon Maiden? She was immediately overjoyed. But after a while, she was puzzled. Since the Moon Maiden was here, why did she let Ling Xiao face those assassins alone? Could it be that Ling Xiao knew it would be dangerous, so he deliberately came here to cause trouble? Thinking of Ling Xiao's crazy actions, she was more and more convinced that her idea was right. But why? Could this be the reason why Ling Xiao's cultivation improved so quickly? She did not have time to think. In the Dark Sword domain, a terrifying murderous aura was released and pierced through the Dark Sword domain. A flying knife appeared in Dagger Gentleman's hand. It was a 3-inch long flying knife. A terrifying murderous aura spread rapidly in the Dark Sword domain. Fierce. Powerful. Cold. On the 3-inch long flying knife, the domain origin energy was crazily flowing, and the murderous aura was spreading. Although it was a flying knife, it seemed to be completely integrated with his arm. The knife was his arm, and his arm was the knife. Although this was not the highest level of one with the knife, it was already developing in that direction. No wonder Dagger Gentleman was so arrogant. It would be strange if he was not arrogant. Interesting. Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched slightly. He could feel the power of this flying knife. An ordinary Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would not be able to block it. Even if they knew where the knife was going, they would not be able to block it. This was why Dagger Gentleman was so terrifying. Chapter 1344. Feng Yanran became more and more nervous. She clenched her fists and did not even dare to breathe too loudly, for fear that it would affect Ling Xiao's performance. Not to mention her, even the Moon Lady was ready to make a move. The Moon Maiden couldn't guarantee that Ling Xiao would be able to block this flying dagger. This Sir Dagger was definitely a terrifying silver metal assassin in the Dark God Palace. Even silver metal assassins with a higher cultivation level might not be able to match his swift and fierce aura. It seemed to be able to penetrate and kill everything. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. The realm of origin energy began to condense crazily. At this time, he stood there like an unsheathed sharp blade, indestructible. The colorless and odorless realm of origin energy wrapped him up. Suddenly, a 3-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. Although the shadow sword did not have any special ability, it was most suitable for a skilled swordsman. It was flexible, sharp, strange, and changeable. The sharp shadow of the sword seemed very quiet in the air. However, if someone could see through the sword, he would find that the realm of origin energy in the sword had reached a kind of extreme. Ling Xiao did not use the power of the Dark Sword realm. At this time, he only wanted to use the sword in his hand to repel the enemy. On the ground, all the weeds and leaves within 3 or 4 meters of the two had been cut into pieces by the sharp sword chi and saber chi and blown away by the strong aura. Sir Dagger frowned slightly, but soon he smiled. "You are very good, but it is still a pity that my flying knife has never missed its target. One knife is a life." Mr. Dagger's right hand was still holding the flying knife, as if it was motionless, but in fact, it continued to condense power. He said casually, "I have never used the flying knife to deal with warriors of the celestial realm. My flying knife has only killed warriors of the Tao Insight realm. I have shot a total of 10 flying knives and killed 9 warriors of the first Tao Insight realm and 1 warrior of the third Tao Insight realm." "So what?" Ling Xiao's sword was still held up, as if it was ready to burst out a terrible killing power at any time. "I basically don't use my sword. Whenever I use my sword, there must be blood. Whether you will die or not depends on your ability." Ling Xiao's momentum and words were not weaker than Mr. Dagger's. "Before I kill you, I can tell you my name. Remember, my name is Feng Shidao." Mr. Dagger seemed to think that Ling Xiao's strength was enough to make him pay attention to him, so he said his name. "I'll remember this. Wind of Regret Blade, another one of my defeated opponents." Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Although beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, his expression was very relaxed. "If you can take one blow from me," Feng Shidao said calmly. "That depends on whether you have the strength to withdraw." Ling Xiao smiled. You are arrogant. Feng Shidao did not speak. He was not ordered to kill Ling Xiao. He was only here to supervise the other assassins. So, whether he killed Ling Xiao or not was up to him. Before he came, he had seen Ling Xiao's information. He was an arrogant, overbearing, and ruthless guy. Seeing him today, it was indeed so. It seemed that he would not kill the wrong person. Ling Xiao gently closed his eyes and did not speak. He was comprehending the terrifying Taotai martial soul in his body. The terrifying giant beast opened its evil eyes and stared at Ling Xiao's origin soul. Lend me your strength. Ling Xiao's origin soul did not fear the terror of the giant beast. Roar! The deep roar was full of terrifying power. It was an absolute demonstration. Evil creature! Ling Xiao's origin soul was no longer polite. It suddenly became huge, even bigger than the Taotai martial soul. He directly grabbed the giant beast's neck and fused it with his soul. In that instant, a huge black shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was a furious giant beast that seemed to be able to devour everything. The giant beast's strength fused with the shadow sword in Ling Xiao's hand. That sword seemed to have turned into a monster in an instant. Feng Shidao's brows furrowed even tighter. He originally wanted to give Ling Xiao a chance. That way, his attack would have meaning. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that Ling Xiao's strength seemed to have far surpassed his expectations. That terrifying sword intent was filled with the will to destroy and kill. Moreover, it seemed to have no limit. It was suffocating. Kill! Feng Shidao did not wait any longer. The 3-inch-long flying knife in his hand pierced through the air, causing the entire space to revolve. The elements in the air were wildly absorbed into the flying knife. The small 3-inch-long flying knife was infused with a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The atmosphere in the entire space became chaotic. The rest of the assassins were deathly pale. Their faces were filled with horror. Their cultivation was only one level lower than Feng Shidao's, but the difference in their combat strength was simply too great. Ling Xiao watched the terrifying attack that almost fused endless power into a single point. The sweat on his forehead dripped to the ground. The sword in his hand also stabbed out. The incomparably terrifying sword intent carried the roar of a giant beast. It constantly tore through the already shaky space and finally accurately collided with the 3-inch-long flying knife. This attack was to meet force with force. The goal of the two was obviously not to kill each other, but to completely destroy the other's attack and then cause damage to the other's body. To put it bluntly, it was all to show off their strength. It was not the sound of metal clashing, but the constant collision and friction of the two forces. In the air, sparks flew, sand and stones flew. My will overrides everything. Dominating the heavens and destroying gods, fearless. On Ling Xiao's body, the destruction sword intent, the slaughter sword intent, and the mountain river intent merged into one, perfectly fusing with Ling Xiao's own will. The stronger his will, the stronger these forces were. Under the urging of the terrifying will, the sword chi skyrocketed. It actually showed signs of suppressing the 3-inch-long flying knife. Everyone watched this scene in horror. They were even forced by the powerful strength chi to the point that they were unable to move. Feng Shidao was only 18 years old. Ling Xiao was only 17 years old. And these were only two very young people. But their strength made a group of 40 to 50-year-old assassins involuntarily blush with shame. There were even assassins who secretly doubted, can such a Ling Xiao be killed? And there was definitely more than one person who had such thoughts. Feng Shidao's face was gloomy. His originally relaxed expression also became nervous. He had miscalculated. Ling Xiao's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Kill! Ling Xiao took another step forward. The flying knife retreated again. How terrifying! These two people are definitely outstanding talents of their generation. But that Ling Xiao is clearly stronger. The assassins were very familiar with Feng Shidao. They knew that Feng Shidao was the youngest silver medal assassin in the 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch. He was also the best among the young assassins. He had even killed a powerful 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Chapter 1345. Feng Shidao had once personally killed a 4th Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Although Feng Shidao had been seriously injured that time, he had used some special methods of an assassin. But he had still done it. But today, facing Ling Xiao, Feng Shidao was actually at a disadvantage. Was this an illusion? Snake Shadow Blade! Finally, Feng Shidao knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao in a head-on clash. His other flying blade pierced towards Ling Xiao in an extremely strange path. It was very fast, mysterious, and unfathomable. Unfortunately, you are still not qualified for me to use my full strength. A cold voice slipped from the corner of Ling Xiao's mouth. His figure suddenly disappeared. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. Although Feng Shidao had dodged Ling Xiao's killing blow, he had lost an arm. And that arm was the arm that had used the Snake Shadow Blade earlier. Ling Xiao, I will take revenge for today. You are indeed very strong. They have all underestimated you. Feng Shidao tore apart the dark sword domain, broke through the air, and fled without a trace. A loser has nothing to brag about. Ling Xiao watched disdainfully as the figure fled quickly. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The Wen Shidao was indeed very strong, but it was a pity that Ling Xiao was actually at an advantage when the two of them exchanged blows here. Don't forget that Feng Shidao was an assassin. Assassins had their own way of fighting. Face-to-face battles were the most idiotic. Aren't you leaving? Ling Xiao turned around and looked at those assassins mockingly. After the battle with Feng Shidao just now, these people should have understood his strength. Assassins have taken the money and have to do their jobs. There is no reason for them to run away. Viper shook his head. All right then. At that moment, Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold and cruel. He had already given these people a chance. Unfortunately, these people did not know how precious it was. Die! Before his voice fell, sword light had already flashed in the darkness. In just a moment, dozens of half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm assassins were all killed. All of them only had one wound, and that was the dark red sword on their necks. Although it was small, it was enough to be fatal. These people didn't even have the chance to scream. As for the 5 Poisons assassin, he was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He managed to dodge Ling Xiao's sword beam in time and hid in the shadows. Assassins had their own way of fighting. If they were to fight with Ling Xiao face to face, they would not be able to take advantage of him. So they had to hide. So cool. How domineering. How callous. Feng Yanran's expression was very interesting. She didn't expect Ling Xiao to kill someone right after reminding the other party. Moreover, the people he killed were from the Dark God Hall, the largest assassin organization in the profound world. The guards of Feng Yishan were also dumbstruck. In the mystic world, no one was willing to provoke the Dark God Hall. It was because the Dark God Hall was a group of people who operated in the dark. If you were not careful, you might be plotted against by them. Ling Xiao actually made a move without any hesitation. Was he really not afraid of the Dark God Hall's revenge? The Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains had always said that this person was bold and domineering enough. Seeing him today, it was indeed so. In truth, what choice did Ling Xiao have? The other party was an assassin. Since they were not willing to leave, they must want to kill him. So Ling Xiao could only strike first to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Ling Xiao had never liked to be passive and counterattacked. That was too cowardly and depressing. He liked to take the initiative. Let the other party panic. This way, no matter what he did, it would be easier. This decision was actually very simple. It was just that most people in this kind of situation would overlook it, and hope that others would show mercy and pity them. In Ling Xiao's view, rather than hoping for the sympathy of others, it was better to control one's own fate. Using violence to deal with violence, using killing to stop killing. This seemed unreasonable, but in the profound world, It was very correct. This was an abnormal world. Here, martial artists were the main force, and vendettas were commonplace. If you did not kill others, others would kill you. It was that simple. The people of the Dark God Hall would never have imagined that Ling Xiao would take the initiative to attack. They also did not expect that Ling Xiao would eliminate dozens of their cannon fodder. Only 5 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists were left. This person was more like an assassin than them. And he was the king of assassins. Every sword move was so mysterious and unfathomable. Every sword move was so fierce and ruthless, not giving others a chance to retaliate. Ling Xiao stopped attacking and stood there quietly. He opened the Taiji eye and took in everything around him. Even the enemy's every move would not be able to escape his eyes. In this range of several hundred meters, even if a bird flapped its wings, he could clearly see it. The heaven and earth realm coupled with the Taiji eye was just that powerful. Perhaps Ling Xiao was the nemesis of assassins. Because in front of him, the enemy had no secrets to speak of. Ling Xiao saw a person. In addition to the 5 assassins, there was another person lying in ambush about 100 meters away, secretly accumulating power. This person's cultivation was not low. He was probably second only to Feng Shidao. If he did not discover this person and was really ambushed, Ling Xiao would definitely die. Being injured in this kind of surrounded situation was a very dangerous thing. The corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. He pretended not to notice the other party, and pointed his sword at the nearby bushes. What a pity! 5 of the 5 poison assassins of the 5 Poison Hall Divine Phoenix branch will die in my hands today. Be careful! Before he finished speaking, a cold light suddenly shot out from under his feet. Too fast. Too hidden. Too sudden. When Feng Yanran shouted to be careful, this cold light had already pierced into Ling Xiao's body. However, when Feng Yanran covered her cherry mouth and exclaimed, she discovered an extremely strange situation. Ling Xiao, who should have been stabbed, was safe and sound. However, it was the assassin who had a sharp blade in his chest. It was Ling Zhao's serene shadow sword. What on earth happened? Feng Yanran did not understand at all. His body movement has reached a level where it can make his opponents and bystanders hallucinate. It's really too fast. The Moon Maiden's voice sounded in Feng Yanran's ears. She was actually a little excited. It seemed that even the Moon Maiden did not expect Ling Xiao to have such great improvement. Not enough, Ling Xiao murmured. It was indeed not enough. The threat was too small. The assassination of a first Grotto Heaven Realm warrior could not cause any harm to him. It was simply boring. The other party seemed to have noticed this. Looking at the corpse of their companion, they finally decided to join forces with the 4 of them. Bang! The dead assassin's corpse suddenly exploded. Countless terrifying poisonous scorpions shot out from the corpse and wrapped around Ling Zhao's body. Go! Of course, the assassins were not stupid enough to think that these poisonous scorpions could kill Ling Xiao. However, as long as the poisonous scorpions could delay Ling Zhao's attack, they would have a chance to attack and kill Ling Xiao. The 4 of them attacked almost at the same time and appeared in different ways. Chapter 1346. The 4 Grotto Heaven Realm assassins all had their own special martial souls and Grotto Heaven domains. One of them turned into a dark raindrop and suddenly approached. One of them turned into a pitch-black curtain of night and merged with nature. One of them quietly launched a long-range attack. One of them approached at an extremely fast speed, as if he could teleport. The cooperation of these 4 people was really strong. Even Ling Xiao was in trouble. He judged that it was impossible to dodge all the attacks this time. After careful consideration, he quickly stabbed out with his sword. Blood splashed into the rain and dyed the soil red. The assassin who seemed to be able to teleport was stabbed to death by Ling Zhao's sword. It was as if the assassin deliberately bumped into his sharp blade. Of course, he also paid a price for this. He was stabbed in the chest, and the venom seeped into his body. He instantly felt numb. Then, he was slashed in the arm. Fortunately, The blood flowing in his body was a mixture of human blood and ancient golden dragon blood. It was a venom that could devour everything. A moment later, he returned to normal and dodged the final fatal blow. One killed, one was seriously injured, and one was lightly injured. It was worth it. Ling Xiao swallowed a healing pill. For him, healing pills were never a problem. The remaining 3 assassins hid in the darkness again. Although the sneak attack was successful, they lost one of them. However, they only injured Ling Xiao. Such a sneak attack was really not worth it. Ling Xiao still stood there expressionlessly, allowing the healing pill to spread in his body. The bleeding from the wound had stopped. A smile appeared on his face. Although he was injured, he had a feeling that he was about to break free from that strange state. He's about to die, but the 3 of us won't be able to win. We have to call for reinforcements. In the dark, the 3 assassins anxiously discussed. Agreed. I agree too. 2 of the 5 Grotto Heaven Realm Silver Card assassins had died, but only Ling Xiao was seriously injured. This made them lose their confidence. The person who hired them once said that if they needed help, they could blow the whistle in their hands. As for cannon fodder, they could have as many as they wanted. There was only one goal, and that was to kill Ling Xiao. The sound of the rain did not cover the clear whistle. The whistle sounded like the cry of an owl, but it was different. Others might not be able to hear it, but the person who made the whistle could hear it clearly. Ling Xiao did not move. He was healing, but he was also waiting. He needed more stimulation. The more enemies, the better. This rainy night might be the best day for the enemy to kill him. But to him, it was a great opportunity to break through the cage and stabilize his cultivation. It did not take long. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe a quarter of an hour. On the barren mountain, the black mass of people appeared like ants. Everyone was wearing a bamboo hat. Raindrops fell on their bamboo hats, making hard sounds. Ling Xiao noticed that these people had the word prisoner tattooed on their faces. They were prisoners. And they were all prisoners on death row. In the Divine Phoenix capital, there were not many people who had the right to mobilize prisoners on death row. They were still the 8 great clans and the Righteous Alliance. Now, he could basically confirm that these people who had ambushed him today were definitely the work of the 8 great clans or the Righteous Alliance. But how could these idiots have imagined that not only would this assassination attempt fail to kill Ling Xiao, it might even help Ling Xiao? This rainy night was filled with killing intent. This was danger, but it was also an opportunity. Kill! Someone in the crowd shouted, and the crowd that covered the mountains and plains rushed over to kill. The strength of these prisoners was uneven. But they were basically all celestial realm martial artists. One could say that they had come to throw away their lives. Anyone who could survive this battle would have their status as a prisoner on death row revoked. Ling Xiao did not need to think to guess at this promise. In order to live, they had come to throw away their lives. It sounded very contradictory, but for these prisoners, this was their only chance. Should he sympathize with them? Ling Xiao did not have such thoughts as bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. He would kill anyone who came to kill him. This principle was very simple. But not just anyone could accept it. However, this was how Ling Xiao had walked all the way. The dark sword domain finally revealed its divine might. Terrifying sword images, combined with the protection of the darkness, transformed into murderous gods. Nearby, Feng Yingshan's guards stared in shock at all this. The order that the Crown Prince had given them was not to help Feng Yanren save Ling Xiao. After all, they did not have that ability. The Hidden Mountain Crown Prince's order was very simple. There was only one sentence. See Ling Xiao's strength clearly! In this world, probably only Feng Yingshan regarded Ling Xiao as a potential opponent and ally. Thus, Feng Yingshan needed to understand everything about Ling Xiao, including his progress and potential. Even though Feng Yingshan had personally witnessed Ling Xiao's battle, at that time, Ling Xiao had not been at his peak, so there was no point in using Ling Xiao as a reference. Tonight, in such a dangerous situation, Ling Xiao could erupt with his full strength. Thus, these guards opened their eyes wide, not willing to miss any detail. Even though Ling Xiao's performance was already enough to shock them. But perhaps, there would be an even more exciting situation to unfold. Light Sword Domain. Before the Dark Sword Domain was dispelled, Ling Xiao had actually used another sword domain at the same time. One black and one white. One bright and one dark. They complemented each other, and were rather shocking. But what was most shocking was the power of these two sword domains. The martial artists in the light sword domain were burned by raging flames. Every sword chi was a sword chi strengthened by high temperature. The martial artists in the dark sword domain were simply unable to grasp the direction and position of the sword chi, let alone its trajectory. They could not even block it before they were pierced. Double Paradise Domain? How is this possible? Feng Yanran had read so many books, but she had never heard of anyone who could use more than two Paradise Domains at the same time. Even if one had multiple Paradise Domains, they could only use one of them. But for someone like Ling Xiao, she had only seen this once. Under the terrifying double sword domain, the prisoners on death row all over the mountains and plains seemed to be fighting to be the first to die. They were completely unable to get close to Ling Xiao and had already become ghosts under the sword. They did not even know how they died. The three assassins in the first paradise realm were extremely gloomy. They were very glad that they had made such a wise decision. If they were to face Ling Xiao's double sword domain, they would most likely be injured or killed. Now, after these cannon fodders had worn down Ling Xiao's spirit, it would be easier to kill him. 100 meters away, the second Paradise Realm martial artist who was ready to attack looked even more gloomy. He was none other than the ninth brother of Phoenix Cry Cliff Mountain, Phoenix Cry Heishan. When he heard that his younger brother had been chased out of the Heaven Essence Pagoda, his anger was indescribable. So, he did not tell anyone about this matter, but secretly laid an ambush here, ready to take Ling Xiao's life. Chapter 1347. Phoenix Cry Heishan wanted to launch a sneak attack on Ling Xiao. But the reason why he hadn't made a move yet was because after witnessing the battle between Ling Xiao and Feng Shidao, he knew that he was definitely not Ling Xiao's match. He was waiting for the best opportunity. Ling Gao's strength had exceeded his imagination. Therefore, such a person had to die. Otherwise, in the future, he would really become a huge disaster for Divine Phoenix Empire. Kill, kill, kill! As if they had gone crazy, even though the death row prisoners had been injured countless times by the dual sword domain, they still didn't fear death. Because they had to do so. If they didn't do so, they would definitely die, and they would have to endure torture for the rest of their lives. Attacking Ling Xiao might lead to death, but there was still a chance of survival. If they could survive, then there would be light. However, Ling Xiao quickly tore apart their delusions. The dual sword domain gradually contracted, and then completely merged into one. Light Shadow's seventh profound killing move, Sun Moon Sword Domain. In the pitch-black night, a scarlet sun and a bright moon actually lit up. Resplendent rays of light hung above Ling Xiao's head, and then exploded outwards. If it was only sword chi, there would definitely be gaps that could be dodged. But when the sword chi was as dense as sunlight and moonlight, there was no longer any possibility of dodging. This Sun-Moon Sword Domain, which was formed from the fusion of the Light Sword Domain and the Darkness Sword Domain, although the consumption was huge, its power definitely wouldn't disappoint. In just an instant, all the death row prisoners who entered the range of the Sun-Moon Sword Domain were killed. There wasn't even a complete corpse. All of them turned into a pool of blood, and those who were alive were directly evaporated. The death row prisoners were trembling. They stopped in their tracks. They weren't truly fearless of death, but because they saw the hope of survival. But at this moment, the hope of survival was forcefully extinguished by Ling Xiao. Once they entered Ling Xiao's Sun-Moon Sword Domain, there was no chance of survival. Use the soul-hooking chains! In the crowd, someone shouted. The eyes of the death row prisoners suddenly lit up. Throwing away the weapons in their hands, they actually threw out long chains at the same time. These chains were made of special materials and had inscriptions engraved on them. Only a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist could break them. Moreover, even a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist would have to expend a great deal of effort to sever one. But now, there were tens of thousands of chains. They were densely packed like a spider web. There were simply too many chains, and they were also incomparably tough. The Sun-Moon Sword Domain was unable to break them at all. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword domain and used his movement technique to avoid the countless chains. But in the end, he was still caught by a chain. If there was a first rule, there would be a second one. In just a moment, the IOU chain had wrapped Ling Xiao tightly. Not only did it wrap around his body, but it also wrapped around his limbs and head. 5 horses dismemberment! Someone gave another order. The prisoners on death row began to exert force in 5 different directions, attempting to dismember Ling Xiao on the spot. Feng Yanren was so nervous that she covered her eyes. She couldn't bear to see the next scene. The Moon Maiden had already condensed her technique, and was ready to release it at any moment. At this moment, Ling Xiao had fallen into a dangerous situation. It's time! The 3 silver medal assassins made their move. In such a situation, Ling Xiao's limbs couldn't move, and his head couldn't move either. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao had any ability to threaten them. Toxic Bite! 1,000 spiders, 1,000 poisonous hands! Shadow Venomous Dragon Stab! The 3 of them, 3 Grotto Heaven Realm assassins, attacked Ling Xiao's vital points at the same time. Even though Ling Xiao had completely lost his ability to move, they still didn't dare to underestimate him. They still had to go all out. With their domain origin energy combined with the terrifying power of their martial souls, the 3 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists released a suffocating attack. The 3 attacks all contained toxic poison. No matter which attack landed on Ling Xiao's body, it would cause Ling Xiao to be poisoned. Even if Ling Xiao could neutralize the poison in a moment, he would still be weakened for a moment. If things didn't go well, he would really be dismembered. Wherever the terrifying attacks passed, the weeds on the ground would quickly wither. Even the nearby trees showed signs of withering. It was enough to show how terrifying the poison was, and how terrifying the aura was. Come! Ling Xiao's eyes didn't show the slightest bit of fear. His eyes were bright and full of expression, and they were filled with an absolute fighting spirit. The 9th profound of light, child of light. The 9th profound of shadow, child of shadow. All of a sudden, a strange scene appeared. A glowing humanoid figure appeared on the right side of Ling Xiao. It looked a little like Ling Xiao, but it couldn't be seen clearly because it was completely composed of light. A humanoid figure formed from shadows appeared on the left side of Ling Xiao. It still looked a lot like Ling Xiao, but it still couldn't be seen clearly because it was purely a shadow. This was the 9th profound of light that Ling Xiao had comprehended from the shadow clone art that he had cultivated in the past. However, it also incorporated Ling Xiao's comprehension of the primordial spirit remnant scroll. At this moment, his soul turned into 2 and fused into the 2 humanoid figures. They were even more powerful than ordinary clones. Puchi! The child of light's hand suddenly elongated and pierced through the centipede's body. The terrifying heat caused the killer to scream miserably as his body rapidly melted. The child of shadow instantly drilled into the spider's body, and then the spider actually slapped its own chest. The poison instantly spread, and it died on the spot. In the end, only the venomous snake was left. Frightened by the terrifying situation on both sides, the venomous snake's movements also slowed down for a moment. However, this short moment could change many things. Although Ling Xiao couldn't move, his body was wrapped in a layer of black and white glowing armor. The 1st profound of light and shadow armor. Although the venomous snake's attack landed on Ling Xiao's body, it was completely neutralized by the light and shadow armor. The child of light and the child of shadow began their massacre. The chains broke inch by inch, and countless prisoners on death row were killed. However, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be happy in the slightest. In fact, he was now in the most dangerous situation of the day. The guy who had been lurking in the distance finally made his move. This person was obviously not an assassin and didn't have the tricks of an assassin, but he seemed to be very good at sneak attacks. The cold murderous aura penetrated Ling Xiao's internal organs, causing Ling Xiao's entire body to feel a huge chill. Moreover, the timing of this attack was too good. After the venomous snake's attack, his light and shadow armor was in a weakened state, and the Child of Light and the Child of Shadow were slaughtering the prisoners on death row far away from him. Ling Xiao thought that no matter who this person was, he was probably someone who liked to use sneak attacks to deal with the enemy. What a despicable way to kill people, but this is the Jianghu. This is the mystic world. Ling Xiao didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the other party's actions. Even if you hated despicable methods, you had to admit that many times, despicable methods were the best way to kill people in the Jianghu. The smarter the person, the more despicable their methods seemed. Chapter 1348. At this time, Ling Xiao was not in the mood to comment on whether the sneak attacker was shameless or despicable. He could feel that although the other party did not have a weapon in his hand was sharper than any divine-grade artifact. A martial artist at the second Grotto Heaven realm would not be too weak. This hand had already pierced through his light shadow battle armor, and it was only a hair away from completely piercing through his body. Although his body's defense was incomparably strong, the other party's attack was obviously stronger. The fifth shadow profound, shadow body. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body became illusory, turning into a complete shadow. After comprehending the light shadow profound to the 10th step, his development could be considered quite comprehensive. Although the shadow body did not have any offensive power, it was definitely an excellent life-saving move at a critical moment. Damn it! The sneak attacker knew that he was in trouble and turned to leave. However, how could Ling Xiao let him leave just like that? A shadow stretched out from the ground and instantly wrapped around the other party's legs, and then the Son of Light arrived. The Son of Light and the Son of Shadow worked together to control this person. After escaping, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised to find that the hazy state had broken through a crack, showing signs of completely escaping. He did not intend to waste any more time. The Tai Chi eye rotated. Heaven burning eye. Raging flames burned the sky, and scarlet flames covered the mountains and plains. The death row prisoners wailed and cried in the flames, emitting a charred smell. Feng Yanran and Feng Yinshan's guards were trembling all over. Ling Zhao's method was absolutely demonic. To directly burn tens of thousands of death row prisoners to death, this was really too terrifying. But they could understand Ling Xiao. Being besieged by these people, if he did not do this, there would probably be a second or third time similar situations. Seeing that the situation was not good, the poisonous snake also escaped into the darkness, preparing to escape. The assassin did not really want to die, but in the end, he knew that he could not complete the mission. Unfortunately, he wanted to leave, but Ling Xiao would not let him go. A hand pulled the poisonous snake out of the night rain. How did you find me? Never in his wildest dreams did Viper imagine that his domain evasion technique could not escape Ling Xiao's eyes. Idiot, I've been monitoring your every move. Otherwise, how do you think I could block your attacks so easily? Ling Xiao looked at the assassin with disdain, and then asked coldly. Tell me the person behind you, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, just wait to be burned alive. Since the Dark God Hall had taken action, someone must have bribed these assassins. After all, he did not have any grudges with the Dark God Hall. Ling Xiao would never wrong a good person, but he would never let go of anyone who tried to kill him. Therefore, he had to know the answer. The people who had hired these assassins probably never dreamed that such a powerful assassination lineup would not only fail to kill Ling Xiao, but also fail to seriously injure Ling Xiao. Ling Zhao's strength was beyond many people's expectations. Even the Moon Maiden, who was closest to Ling Xiao, was very surprised. The second Grotto Heaven realm martial artist could not even withstand one move from Ling Xiao. Just how strong was he? Viper smiled coldly. There are no cowards in the Dark God Hall. If you want to kill, then kill. Why waste your breath? We will never expose the information of our guests. Is that so? Ling Xiao grinned, revealing a sinister smile. After tonight, you should know what kind of person I am. I am a person who will not rest until I kill my enemies. You don't have to say it, but tomorrow, I will bring people to destroy your 5 poison halls Divine Phoenix Branch Hall. Of course, you may not care about this, but you should have a family. Even if you don't have a family, you should have a woman you love, right? I will investigate and take good care of them for you. You beast! Viper was terrified. His originally calm expression became incomparably angry and flustered. That's right, I am a beast. But this was forced by you people. If you tell me who is behind this, then I will not touch your family or woman. I, Ling Xiao, have always kept my promise. At this time, Ling Xiao's expression was extremely sinister. He was like a great villain in some storytellers. That was because Ling Xiao knew that evil people would be dealt with by evil people. If he was too kind, this guy would definitely not cooperate. I will speak. Assassins could disregard their own lives, but in the depths of their hearts, there would definitely be things they treasured. Ling Xiao had grasped the assassin's weakness. It was that simple. Speak. Who is behind this? Ling Xiao simply let go of his hand, allowing the assassin to speak properly. However, the assassin did not dare to escape. Because he knew that since Ling Xiao dared to let him go, it meant that he had enough confidence to instantly subdue him. Now, any action of his could possibly affect the softest part of his heart. The assassin let out a long sigh, his body completely relaxed. When a man was about to die, his words were kind. Even if he was an assassin who had committed all kinds of crimes. I am indeed not clear on who sent us, but I know that a young man is involved. After letting go of his so-called professional integrity, the assassin spoke much more easily. Who is that young man? Ling Xiao knew that the assassin was speaking the truth. Normally, old foxes would not easily expose themselves when hiring assassins, because if the assassination failed, they could be sought for revenge. Only a few overly proud youngsters would overlook this danger and expose their identity. Righteous Alliance's Jia Tianfeng. After a moment of silence, the assassin said a name. Then, he said, I have already said everything that needs to be said. You can kill me, but please don't harm my family. Don't worry. I naturally won't harm your family, because I am not as despicable as you. But your 5 Poison Hall branch in Divine Phoenix Empire can be destroyed. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. Why? We were only paid to help. Don't tell me you want to offend the entire Dark God Palace? The assassin did not understand why Ling Xiao was like this. It's very simple. I am only taking revenge. I will let all the assassins in this world know that I, Ling Xiao, and my people are not to be touched. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then, a cold light pierced through the air and the assassin's throat was completely pierced. Since you are already dead, you don't need to care about what happens next. After killing Poison Snake, Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the young warrior who was being controlled by the Child of Light and Child of Shadow. He asked faintly, You are not with them. Who are you? That young man chose to remain silent. I know him. He is Phoenix Cry Heishan, the 9th son of Emperor Phoenix Cry Immeasurable. Feng Yanren suddenly said. Son of Emperor? Ling Xiao frowned and said, Phoenix Cry Heishan, was it your father who sent you to kill me? Speak the truth and I can let you live. Otherwise, you will end up like them. Chapter 1349. Are you really willing to let me go? Phoenix Cry Heishan's face was filled with joy. After all, he was not an assassin, and did not have the habit of committing suicide. If he could live, he naturally did not want to die. Of course, the prerequisite is that you speak the truth, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Speaking of which, although you ambushed me, you did not injure me. I also do not want to form a death grudge with the monarch because of you. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a big gray wolf. He revealed a gentle smile, but in reality, he had already opened his bloody mouth. Fine, I'll tell you. I ambushed you because you chased away my brother Phoenix Cry Yashan from the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. It was not permitted by my father, and he did not even know about this matter. Phoenix Cry Heishan replied. You're lying! Ling Zhao's face suddenly became gloomy. No, I'm not lying. Phoenix Cry Heishan shook his head. Since you're lying, then don't blame me. Today, you can only die here. Ling Xiao said indifferently. You can't kill me. I'm the son of the monarch, and I'm speaking the truth. My father does not know about this matter. Phoenix Cry Heishan shook his head. The shield of the monarch's son cannot stop me from killing you. Now I'll give you one last chance. Speak the truth. Ling Xiao said coldly. Ha ha ha, you despicable and shameless Ling Xiao. I understand now. You did not want to hear the truth. You only want me to frame my father. Don't even think about it. Phoenix Cry Heishan suddenly laughed. Ling Xiao lightly sighed. Such a filial child. But do you know, at this moment, your father is standing there, watching you being captured by me. Even if I kill you, he will not come out. He knows that you want to kill me. He even tacitly agreed. You should understand your father the most. Do you think you can hide everything from his eyes? He wants you to die. If I kill you, he can find the big shots of the Ice Phoenix clan to deal with me. Don't you understand? I really pity you. I really don't want to kill you, but unfortunately you're too stupid. No, you're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Although Phoenix Cry Heishan was shouting, he knew that Ling Zhao's words were not wrong. His father was aware of his every move. He didn't know if his father was standing there, but his father had definitely tacitly approved of his sneak attack on Ling Xiao today. Ling Xiao wasn't wrong about this. But he didn't want to admit that his father was actually going to watch him get killed without doing anything. Ling Xiao looked into the distance with a deep gaze. Phoenix Cry Immeasurable, you sent him to his death. As a father, you are truly despicable. However, I have to kill him because he didn't tell the truth. Moreover, he almost killed me. According to my personality, I won't let him go. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Do you believe that even if I kill him, you won't be able to do anything to me? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked with his sword. Phoenix Cry Heishan disappeared. His entire person seemed to have disappeared from this space-time. Just like the blood skull back then. In the distance, a terrifying killing intent spread over. A cold voice said, Ling Xiao, you have the protection of a moon maiden now. I indeed can't touch you. But do you really think that a moon maiden will allow you to do whatever you want? You killed my son today and have already angered the upper echelons of the Ice Phoenix clan. Our protectors will begin to take action. Their strength isn't something a moon maiden can fight against. Just wait and see. That voice went further and further away, finally disappearing into the horizon. Did you hear that? He's really there. I didn't lie to you. You're really unlucky to have such a father. Ling Xiao looked at the sky and seemed to be talking to the air. However, the corner of his mouth revealed a smug smile. Let's go back. Ling Xiao suddenly touched the wounds on his body. Although he had taken a healing elixir, it wasn't omnipotent. Moreover, that stab had already injured his internal organs. He was really tired now. Let's go back. The Moon Maiden appeared. Carrying the groggy Ling Xiao on her back, she disappeared from the mountain path. Let's go as well. Feng Yanran glanced at the figure in the sky and took a deep breath. If it wasn't for the rain tonight, all the vegetation in the mountains would have been burned down. The air was still filled with the smell of burnt corpses. She got to know Ling Xiao once more. Anyone who made an enemy of Ling Xiao would probably have to be prepared to be cruelly killed. The martial world. The mystic world. She felt that it would be best if she didn't get involved in such disputes in the future. She preferred to live an ordinary life. Perhaps she should gradually reduce the number of times she met Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the deeper she fell, the more painful it would be. She was very afraid. She was afraid that the day would come when her cousin would become enemies with Ling Xiao. She really didn't know who she should help and how she should help. At the same time, in Ling Yu's courtyard of the Righteous Alliance, Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and the other young martial artists were anxiously waiting there. Although the table was filled with fine wine and delicacies, no one had any appetite. Tonight they were waiting for a result. Would Ling Xiao die or not? Jia Tianfeng had no idea. That person had displayed far too powerful a vitality. He was like a cockroach that could never be killed. Brother Jia, are you worried? Kong Ming asked. That's right. Although that old fellow's lineup, the Wind of Regret saber, and that idiot Phoenix Cry Heishan's sneak attack should have ensured that Ling Xiao's death is assured, I still feel uneasy. Jia Tianfeng bitterly smiled. Me too. Kong Ming's face was somewhat pale. He sighed and said, Ling Xiao is too tenacious. Moreover, he has powerful people like the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum protecting him. It's probably very difficult to kill him. You can be at ease on this point. Just now, someone came to report that the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum did not appear. Ling Xiao is heavily injured. Jia Tianfeng said. If those two were present, he would have even less confidence in killing Ling Xiao. Since that's the case, what's there to worry about? Kong Ming's expression instantly became much brighter. Several dozen bronze plate assassins who broke through to the Grotto Heaven Realm, 5 silver plate assassins at the first Grotto Heaven Realm, 1 silver plate assassin at the second Grotto Heaven Realm, and 1 second Grotto Heaven Realm Divine Guard of Justice. With this lineup, let alone Ling Xiao, even one of the last 5 Phoenix Suns should be able to easily kill them, right? You're right. That's definitely the case. Jia Tianfeng thought about it, but he couldn't think of a reason why Ling Xiao was still alive. Without the help of the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, Ling Xiao would have never been able to survive unless he was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm or above. Moreover, even if he was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm, he wouldn't have been able to survive against those terrifying assassins. After all, when an assassin reached a critical moment, he would risk his life to complete the mission. This was the professional integrity of an assassin. Chapter 1350. Jia Tianfeng didn't know what he was worried about. Was it because he hadn't encountered someone as difficult to deal with as Ling Xiao for a long time, so he was afraid? After he relaxed, the delicacies on the table were finally served. After Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming moved, the rest of the people also began to move. In the blink of an eye, there were already cups and plates in a mess. Everyone was satisfied. The delicacies of Ling Xiao's courtyard are indeed different from other places. I'm afraid a piece of trash like Ling Xiao, who was born as a beggar, wouldn't understand. He won't have that chance either. Jia Tianfeng smiled coldly and saw a figure floating over from afar. It was Feng Shidao, who had lost an arm. I really didn't expect that a mere Ling Xiao would make you lose an arm, even though it's a useless left arm. Jia Tianfeng stood up and looked at Feng Shidao. He thought that Ling Xiao was dead, but he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would be able to cut off one of Feng Shidao's arms before he died. However, Feng Shidao only remained silent. Because he was wearing a black mask, his expression couldn't be seen clearly. This made Jia Tianfeng even more nervous. Suddenly, he felt that his previous worries might have come true. Feng Shidao, say something. Why are you pretending to be mute? Kong Ming also stood up and asked. Feng Shidao sighed softly and said, Except for me, everyone was wiped out. Ling Xiao escaped unscathed. You guys take care of yourselves. After saying that, he broke through the air and left. Previously, he had been staying nearby to observe the situation of the battle. He only chose to leave at the end. Therefore, he had seen the entire process very clearly. Therefore, he was very frightened. Ling Xiao's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Everyone was wiped out. Ling Xiao escaped unscathed? Jia Tianfeng simply couldn't accept such an outcome. How was this possible? He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. However, whether he believed it or not, Feng Shidao's words couldn't be false. Because Feng Shidao had no need to lie. Brother Jia, I advise you to leave the imperial capital for a while. Otherwise, it'll be dangerous. Kongming patted Jia Tianfeng's shoulder lightly. He was actually gloating. This time, he was smart enough not to get involved in the assassination of Ling Xiao. Thank goodness. I'll take my leave first. He smiled, then turned and left in a hurry. We'll take our leave too. The group of young people who had been drinking and chatting merrily just now left one after another. Pa! Looking at the backs of those people, the furious Jia Tianfeng flipped the table. I don't believe that Ling Xiao can kill me as long as I have someone protecting me. It wasn't that he didn't want to leave the imperial capital to avoid Ling Xiao's revenge. But if he left now, his status in the Righteous Alliance would plunge. He had been groomed to be the next Alliance Lord, but if he left, he would have no chance. Although the Jia clan currently had the final say in the Righteous Alliance, the other clans were not completely uninvolved. They just let the Jia family do whatever they wanted. But if there was a chance to seize power, no one would give it up. Even though he was terrified, his greed still made Jia Tianfeng choose to stay. But starting from today, he would do his best to avoid Ling Xiao. In the darkness, Ling Xiao returned to Qingshu College and began to treat his injuries. His injuries had never been serious, but he had expended so much energy that even walking was a problem for him. Outside the house, the Moon Lady and Ling Mei sat there. They didn't say anything and just waited quietly for Ling Xiao. Cold Plum was extremely remorseful. Even though the Moon Maiden had consoled her many times, she still could not forgive her own negligence. Ling Xiao had returned safely, but what if something had really happened to Ling Xiao? She would probably not be able to escape the blame. She hated herself for not always being at Ling Xiao's side, hated herself for cultivating. The Moon Maiden softly sighed. Not even she could persuade Cold Plum. She would probably have to wait until Ling Xiao recovered from his injuries. But they did not know that Ling Xiao had not spent much time recovering from his injuries. He had remained in seclusion for so long because he was struggling against that strange state. It was like a thin film that blocked the effects of his cultivation. Within this membrane, he was extremely powerful, equivalent to the cultivation of a First Grotto Heaven Realm expert. And he was much stronger than an ordinary First Grotto Heaven Realm expert. But Ling Xiao was not happy. He felt that this cultivation belonged to the human king, not him. Even though he was powerful, he felt like his body was being controlled by someone else. This was a very bad feeling. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to break through this membrane, and then perhaps break through in the truest sense. He did not believe that he was weaker than the human king when he was the same age. Now, a large hole had been torn in that membrane, and he could sense that his cultivation was slowly rising. The true breakthrough was about to arrive. Moreover, he believed that once he broke through, the combat strength he would erupt with would be even more terrifying than what he had displayed in the previous battle. This was because only with his strength could he truly mobilize all the energy in his body. Heaven and earth yuan qi constantly poured in from the torn hole. Ling Xiao was like a person who had been suffocated for a long time and could finally breathe in fresh air. He was filled with desire. Break! When the sky was about to brighten, Ling Xiao let out a roar. The membrane that wrapped around the depths of his soul was finally completely broken, and this membrane turned into pure energy that fused into his grotto heaven. Is this the true feeling of the grotto heaven realm? The second grotto heaven realm? Previously, Ling Xiao had been unable to determine his true cultivation. Even though his combat strength was powerful, he was not confident. But now, everything was different. He could clearly sense that his cultivation had advanced to the second grotto heaven realm. The accumulated energy allowed him to make a breakthrough like Shangguan Hong. The second grotto heaven realm. Ling Xiao's heart was completely at ease. It seemed that he had gained a lot from risking his life in that battle. Not only had he broken through the membrane that wrapped around his cultivation, he had also absorbed and used it. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's cultivation would at most be at the first grotto heaven realm. But now, Not only had he broken through to the second grotto heaven realm, but he was also at the peak and could break through again at any time. This feeling was simply too wonderful. He slowly stepped out of the room. Moon Lady and Cold Plum, who were at the door, stood up. "Thank you for your hard work. Come with me to the Imperial Capital Plaza. Today is the day that Sheng Guanhong mentioned. We can't let him think that we're afraid." Seeing that Ling Xiao was in a good mood, Cold Plum and Moon Lady were relieved. After the two girls dressed up, they followed Ling Xiao to the plaza. Although the sun had just risen, the plaza was already filled with people. The fight for 2 spots among the 10 Phoenix Suns was a big event for the entire Divine Phoenix Empire, so it was naturally very lively. Chapter 1351. Emperor Fengning Wuliang sat there with a joyful expression. It was impossible to tell that his son had died last night. It was said that emperors were heartless. Perhaps the saying was true. Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan were also present. From this, one could see how much attention they were paying to this competition. Besides them, Alliance Lord Jia of the Righteous Alliance, the Peacock Race Patriarch, Medicine King Sun Sa, and Feng Mingxiao were all present. Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, Jiluoyu, and even Feng Shidao, whose arm had been crippled by Ling Xiao last night, were present. They were here to compete for the position of Phoenix Sun. Of course, Sheng Guanhong would not be absent. But this fellow still had not appeared. Ling Xiao stood in the crowd and listened to the discussions around him. Some people said that Sheng Guanhong was afraid. But Ling Xiao disagreed. How could someone as proud as Sheng Guanhong be afraid? A few moments later, a rainbow bridge appeared in the clear sky. Sheng Guanhong stepped on the rainbow bridge and looked down at the crowd below. It was truly eye-catching. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. He was also confident and arrogant, but he would never be as ostentatious as Sheng Guanhong. This was because other than attracting screams and cheers, it had no practical significance. This Sheng Guanhong is really a show-off. Those few people's cultivations are similar to his. What makes him think that he can definitely defeat those young elites? That's right, especially that Feng Shidao. He's a silver medal second-rank assassin of the Dark God Hall. He's killed too many people, and his martial soul is a throwing knife that is extremely compatible with his weapon. How can Sheng Guanhong win? People raised their heads to look at the arrogant figure standing on the rainbow bridge. They were puzzled. But they were not in a hurry. The answer would soon be revealed. In today's competition, they would be able to see what Sheng Guanhong was relying on. Sheng Guanhong's eyes were sharp and domineering. It was as if he would not give face to anyone. Today, he would take away the position of Phoenix Sun to pave the way for the Dragon Phoenix selection. Who's first? Sheng Guanhong asked indifferently. His condescending attitude showed that he did not place any importance on those young geniuses. Ling Xiao was actually very curious as to what exactly he was relying on. I'll go first. Feng Shidao's voice rang out, and a terrifying saber intent immediately filled the entire square. An exquisite throwing knife appeared behind him. Although it was small, it contained a terrifying power that could tear space apart. The crowd had no doubt that the flying dagger martial spirit could easily kill them. Why did the Wind of Regret sword lose an arm? Yeah, who can break his arm? Don't think too much about it. Maybe he accidentally broke it when he was practicing martial arts. What we need to pay attention to today is his battle with Sheng Guanhong. That's right. Although he lost an arm, it's an insignificant arm. It won't affect his combat strength. The Wind Regret blade controlled the domain's elemental energy and floated into the air. With him as the center, a paradise domain formed by interweaving flying daggers was formed. The flying dagger martial soul was the core of this paradise domain. The Wind Regret blade's sharpness still hadn't decreased. Although he had lost to Ling Xiao last night, he seemed to think that it was only natural because Ling Xiao was too strong. But facing Sheng Guanhong, he wasn't afraid at all. Like a flying dagger floating in the air, the flying dagger and his body seemed to have merged into one. This guy has improved again after last night's battle. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. To be able to break through again after a failure, Ling Xiao was quite impressed by such a person. It should be a fierce battle. Just who will be able to obtain the position of Phoenix Sun? Everyone was looking forward to it, including the peerless experts sitting on the rostrum. Shang Guanhong was arrogant and independent, looking down on everything. The wind of regret blade was as sharp as a blade, fearless. When the two of them met, it was really a match for each other. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. However, Ling Xiao had a different opinion. The wind of regret blade will lose. He sighed softly. There were too many things that a Paradise Realm martial artist had to do, including cultivation, Paradise Domain, martial soul, martial techniques, soul power, internal strength, and so on. Obviously, Shang Guanhong was much better than the Wind of Regret blade in terms of controlling the fusion of martial soul and Paradise Domain. The Wind of Regret blade focused too much on martial techniques and went down the wrong path. You brat, I don't know where you came from. You're really talking nonsense. Not everyone in the crowd knew Ling Xiao. For example, the middle-aged martial artist standing beside Ling Xiao was disdainful of Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't refute. The facts would prove everything. What was there to argue with a passerby? Wind of Regret blade, I admire your courage. You actually dared to be the first to challenge me. But unfortunately, you're not my match. Even though Shang Guanhong had seen the sharpness and dominance of the Wind of Regret blade, his words were still light and even a little disdainful. He was too confident. Whether I'm your match or not, it's not up to me or you. We'll know after we fight. Wind of Regret blade said indifferently. In Divine Phoenix Empire, the title of Phoenix is a kind of supreme glory for young martial artists. I won't give it to you so easily. Of course, you can't take it from me either. The dignified Dark God Hall silver medal second-rank assassin who had even killed a 4th Paradise Realm martial artist. How could Wind of Regret blade admit that he was inferior to Shang Guanhong? Shang Guanhong's contempt was a kind of humiliation to him. Hee, your courage is really admirable. Then let's fight quickly. After defeating you, I still have to defeat Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, as well as Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu. Of course, there's also that self-righteous Ling Xiao, if he dares to come. Shang Guanhong laughed lightly, as if Ling Xiao was casually included in his calculations and wasn't even worth mentioning. Self-righteous? Wind of Regret blade couldn't help but be stunned. You dare to say that Ling Xiao is self-righteous? Ha ha ha, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've fought with Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu. They couldn't gain the slightest bit of advantage over me. If you defeat me, it's equivalent to defeating them. But Ling Xiao, I don't mind telling you that this left arm of mine was crippled by Ling Xiao. It really was a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Everyone was guessing who had crippled Wind of Regret blade's left arm, but no one thought of Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, they really didn't expect it. Is Ling Xiao really that scary? He's actually also a Paradise Realm martial artist? Feng Regret blade's own family scandal, it shouldn't be wrong. You actually lost to Ling Xiao? Shang Guanhong's eyes became even more contemptuous as he asked coldly. I did lose, so unless you can defeat me, you don't have the qualifications to fight with Ling Xiao. Feng Regret blade trembled in fear when he thought of the frightening scene last night. If he hadn't escaped quickly, he probably wouldn't be able to talk to anyone now. The crowd was extremely excited because of this matter. Chapter 1352. Feng Shidao was stronger than Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu, but he had been defeated by Ling Xiao. What did this mean? It meant that Ling Xiao was above Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu. Was this possible? Countless people had doubts in their hearts. However, Emperor Feng Mingwiliang was very clear in his heart. The strength that Ling Xiao had displayed last night was probably not inferior to a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. There was no doubt about this. Ha ha ha, you lost to Ling Xiao, but I won't. Since you've said so, I won't have to waste my time. After defeating you, I'll go and defeat Ling Xiao. I wonder if I'll be able to obtain the position of the Phoenix after that? Your Majesty! Shang Guanhong looked at Feng Ming Wuliang and asked. Yes. Feng Ming Wuliang agreed immediately. Because he knew Ling Xiao's strength in his heart. Jia Tianfeng, Kong Ming, and Ji Luoyu were no match for Ling Xiao, unless the three of them joined forces. All right, since your Majesty has said so, then this matter is simple. Shang Guanhong was in high spirits, and did not feel that defeating Ling Xiao was difficult. Come on, Feng Shidao. Let me see how capable you are after losing one arm. You will know. Feng Shidao took a deep breath. He had lost to Ling Xiao last night. Today, he could not lose again. He had to go all out. A strong fighting spirit erupted from his body. The sharp flying knife was still only 3 inches long, but the terrifying killing intent made countless martial artists tremble in fear. As expected of an assassin, this killing intent is simply terrifying. Everyone's hearts trembled, and they naturally believed Feng Shidao's words a little more. The Dark Divinity Palace's Silver Grade 2 assassin. No, to be precise, it should be the Dark Divinity Palace's 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix Branch Hall. After completing the mission 272 times, the accumulated killing intent was really monstrous. No matter how strong the killing intent is, what can it do to me? Shang Guanhong stood proudly, and the 7-colored rainbow bridge behind her became even more magnificent. At the same time, he released his Grotto Heaven domain. Immediately, a storm of lightning fell, and his figure could no longer be seen clearly. Kill! Feng Shidao's flying knife shot out. Its power was even more powerful than when it dealt with Ling Xiao last night. However, the saber light flickered and disappeared after entering the rainbow bridge. It was as if he had never existed. What was going on? I've long heard that Shang Guanhong's rainbow martial spirit is extremely strange. Coupled with her paradise domain, it's even more amazing. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's truly astonishing. It is indeed strange. It is as if another layer of space has been torn apart. In the crowd, the martial artists with poor eyesight were all frightened by Shang Guanhong's magical fighting style. However, Feng Shidao only smiled coldly and said, You're not the only one with a heavenly abode. I also have one. Let's see how you'll block it this time. Although he did not know what Shang Guanhong had done, he knew that it had something to do with her paradise domain. Therefore, he was not willing to hold back. The terrifying flying dagger domain condensed and turned into a divine dragon formed by interweaving flying daggers. Extinguish! Feng Shidao waved his right hand and a powerful domineering aura erupted. The divine dragon roared and rushed towards Shang Guanhong. There were bursts of tearing sounds in the air. Everyone knew that this thing that looked like a divine dragon was actually condensed from countless flying daggers. Once it cut a person's body, it would definitely cause great damage. Could Shang Guanhong block it? Rainbow Divine Phoenix! Shang Guanhong sneered disdainfully. The rainbow bridge behind her turned into a rainbow phoenix and whistled towards the divine dragon. It was exceptionally beautiful in the sky. Boom! It was as if 2 divine beasts had met in the sky. No one could do anything to the other. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. However, everyone knew that Feng Shidao was in danger. One had to know that Feng Shidao's move was condensed from the dual power of his martial spirit and paradise domain. On the other hand, Shang Guanhong only used her martial spirit. Shang Guanhong smirked and said coldly, You're already not bad to be able to fight until now. It's a pity that this is the end. She suddenly circulated her domain energy and changed the form of her paradise domain. Torrential rain! The terrifying domain energy blended into the torrential rain paradise. Countless raindrops wrapped around Feng Shidao like sharp blades. Feng Shidao's expression changed. Dozens of flying daggers shot out from his hand in an attempt to block the torrential rain attack outside his protective origin energy. However, it was useless. The torrential rain was too terrifying. He was like a helpless little rabbit in the terrifying torrential rain. He could only desperately escape and dodge. However, the raindrops still smashed onto his body. Every drop was like a terrifying sharp blade. They were not weaker than his flying daggers. Bang! Feng Shidao fell to the ground. The divine dragon condensed from his paradise domain also collapsed. Thousands of flying daggers scattered on the ground. It was a mess. Of course, Feng Shidao himself was even more terrifying. Apart from his head, there was almost no part of his body that was intact. His entire body had been turned into a sieve by the raindrops. "We're not fighting to the death today, so I'll spare your life," Shang Guanhong said coldly. Feng Shidao did not speak, but he despised Shang Guanhong very much in his heart. Shang Guanhong did not intend to spare his life at all just now. He was quick-witted and used the flying daggers to block his vital parts. Only then did he manage to save his little life. Otherwise, he would already be a corpse at this very moment. He was too embarrassed to speak. His face was deathly pale. He really did not have the face to explain. "Shang Guanhong is so terrifying!" Everyone revealed a shocked expression. They thought that this would be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, a back-and-forth showdown. However, in reality, it was a completely one-sided battle. From the beginning to the end of the battle, only 3 to 4 moves had passed. It seemed that even if they were both second Paradise Realm martial artists, due to different martial souls and other factors, the combat power displayed was also worlds apart. It seemed that the position of the 9th Phoenix belonged to none other than Shang Guanhong. "You're really very strong. Perhaps even stronger than Ling Xiao." Feng Shidao's mood was very low. After losing to Ling Xiao, he thought that he would find the feeling of victory from Shang Guanhong. But once again, he lost. He lost very thoroughly. It even made him doubt whether Ling Xiao was really stronger than Shang Guanhong. The terrifying rainbow martial soul. The terrifying burst rain grotto heaven. The power that erupted from the combination of the two was simply too terrifying. He thought that his flying daggers would be sharper, but he did not expect Shang Guanhong's raindrops to be sharper than his flying daggers. "Now you know that I'm stronger than Ling Xiao?" Shang Guanhong laughed disdainfully. "No one below the second Paradise Realm is my match. Even if it's a third Paradise Realm martial artist, I can still stand in an invincible position." After defeating Feng Shidao, Shang Guanhong became even more arrogant and condescending. "Ling Xiao's martial soul and Paradise Realm are both inferior to yours. Perhaps he really is not stronger than you." Feng Shidao thought about it and said, Chapter 1353. Feng Shidao recalled that night's battle. Although Ling Xiao's Sun Moon Sword domain was very frightening, it was a large-scale attack that was used to deal with a large number of enemies. As for Ling Xiao's martial soul, he really didn't know what Ling Xiao's martial soul was. Although Ling Xiao controlled the Taotai martial soul, it was obvious that he hadn't completely subdued it yet. Therefore, he felt that Ling Xiao was inferior to Shang Guanhong in this aspect. In the same battle, Ling Xiao had cut off one of his arms. However, Shang Guanhong had the strength to kill him. Just from this point alone, Shang Guanhong should be much stronger than Ling Xiao. Shang Guanhong didn't look at Feng Shidao again. Instead, he shouted to the crowd, "Jia Tianfeng! Kong Ming! Ji Luoyu! Are you not convinced? And Ling Xiao, that trash, does he really think that he'll be fine if he hides? If you don't come today, I will definitely go to Qingshu College tomorrow to challenge you. If you lose, you can commit suicide." Shang Guanhong easily defeated Feng Shidao. It could be said that his morale was high. He wanted to fight a few more battles to show his strength. "I'll challenge you." Ji Luoyu stood up. "Ha ha, 3 men are all good for nothings. They're actually inferior to a woman. How shameful." Shang Guanhong laughed loudly and looked at Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming with disdain. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming were the kind of people who thought deeply. They would never fight a battle that they weren't confident in. It was a fact that they couldn't defeat Feng Shidao. However, Feng Shidao was easily defeated by Shang Guanhong, What was the point of them going up? Looking for abuse? Luo Yu, don't mess around. You're not his match. Medicine King Sun Sa stopped Ji Luo Yu's challenge. With his eyesight as a yin-yang realm expert, he could naturally see that Ji Luo Yu was inferior to Shang Guanhong. But master, he's too arrogant, Ji Luo Yu said angrily. If you're strong enough, you have the right to be arrogant. That brat Ling Xiao is so arrogant that he didn't even dare to come today. What are you doing here? Medicine King Sun Su said with a cold face. Ji Luo Yu pouted and sat back down. Shang Guanhong gave Medicine King Sun Sa face and did not provoke Ji Luo Yu. Instead, he scolded Ling Xiao. When I left the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda that day, I warned Ling Xiao not to run amok. I didn't think that he would actually not listen to me. I thought that he was very capable. I didn't think that he was just a coward. Who was the number 1 master of Qingshu College? If the number 1 master of Qingshu College was like this, then there was no need for such a college to exist. I'm very glad that I made a wise choice to leave Qingshu College, a trashy college, and join Phoenix Academy. These words were not pleasant to hear. He was not only targeting Ling Xiao, but also scolding Qingshu College. If Ling Xiao did not stand up at this time, then he would be a complete coward. You've really impressed me to be able to treat shamelessness as glory. A cold voice came from the crowd, attracting everyone's attention. It was Ling Xiao. Ji Luo Yu, Jia Tianfeng, and Kong Ming all stood up and looked at the young man in a white robe below the stage. He had long hair, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He actually came. You still dared to show up. I thought you were trembling in fear. Shang Guanhong said disdainfully. Your mouth is too smelly. I just want to tear him apart. I don't mean anything else. Ling Xiao pushed through the crowd and walked up to the high platform while speaking indifferently. When he passed by the place where Feng Shidao was healing, he suddenly stopped. You said that I'm not as strong as him? He looked at Feng Shidao and asked with a half-smile. Although I'm not sure, it should be so. Your Grotto Heaven domain is not as good as his, and your martial soul is not as good as his. What do you have to fight with him? Feng Shidao asked back. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, Martial soul can indeed determine a martial artist's strength, but it is not the only factor. If I say that I can defeat him without using my martial soul, would you believe me? No! Feng Shidao would not believe him. Martial souls were the core of most martial artists in the mystic world. Without a martial soul, unless one had a strong bloodline power, it was impossible to be Shang Guanhong's opponent. Ling Xiao was a human. Humans did not have bloodline power. You might think that I can't defeat Shang Guanhong because I don't have bloodline power. I can tell you now that I also have bloodline power, but I don't know how to use it. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Whether it is a martial soul or bloodline power, although it has a huge impact on one's strength, a battle between martial artists of the same level does not completely rely on these things. Martial techniques, soul power, fighting intent, as well as the use of techniques in battle are all key factors to victory and defeat. Furthermore, Shang Guanhong is not considered a martial artist of the same level as me. Dealing with him is a piece of cake. Impossible! I don't believe it! Feng Shidao shook his head. He could not accept Ling Xiao's words at all. He also knew that a martial artist's strength was not determined by 1 or 2 factors, but he believed that the martial soul or bloodline power were the 2 most important factors. It's up to you to believe it or not. If I were you, I would not fight Shang Guanhong like that. You are too stupid, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Stupid? Feng Shidao's body trembled. His body, which had recovered a little, spat out another mouthful of blood. Aren't you stupid? You are an assassin. Why did you fight your opponent like an ordinary martial artist? Ling Xiao asked. When Shang Guanhong appeared, the bridge had already been set up and he had an absolute advantage. Your only hope of winning against him was to catch him off guard, but you did not do so. But those are useless against you. Feng Shidao was stunned for a moment. I said that Shang Guanhong is just a trash in my eyes. You have a chance to win against him, but you don't have a chance to win against me, Ling Xiao said indifferently. You are too arrogant. Although you broke my arm last night and I admit that you are stronger than me, I will never believe that you are stronger than Shang Guanhong. Feng Shidao shook his head and said. Ling Xiao sneered and ignored Feng Shidao. Instead, he looked at Shang Guanhong on the stage. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's begin. All right, I will let you see who is the trash. Shang Guanhong smiled cruelly. He did not even plan to show mercy to Feng Shidao, let alone Ling Xiao. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Ling Xiao in today's battle. Ling Xiao stood on the stage and looked straight ahead. However, Shang Guanhong, who was in midair, had a strange feeling that he was completely controlled. Logically speaking, one could only look down on others when standing on high ground. However, Ling Xiao stood below, as if the entire space was reversed. It gave Shang Guanhong an extremely disharmonious feeling. He landed on the ground very unhappily. Although the feeling of disharmony had disappeared, looking at Ling Xiao, he still felt as if he was inferior to him. Chapter 1354. Depressing. Shang Guanhong gritted his teeth as he released the rainbow bridge once again, wrapping it around his entire body. Only when he was enveloped by the rainbow bridge did he feel a little more at ease. It's useless no matter how tightly you wrap yourself up because I have already seen through your weakness. Ling Xiao smiled. That kind of indifferent smile made Shang Guanhong feel like she was about to go crazy. Ling Xiao ignored him and did not even draw his sword. He just looked at Shang Guanhong indifferently as if Shang Guanhong was an ant that he could kill at any time. You're not going to draw your sword? Shang Guanhong asked. I don't need it to deal with you. Ling Xiao shook his head gently as he placed his hands behind his back. His face was filled with an indifferent smile as he blended in with his surroundings. It seems like Ling Xiao is also a second Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Even so, he is underestimating Shang Guanhong too much. I'm afraid something bad will happen if he does so. Among the spectators, there were naturally disciples of Qingshu College. They were all worried for Ling Xiao. Arrogant! You will regret it in a moment. If you don't use your weapon now, you won't have any chance to use it later. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly and did not speak. Shang Guanhong was enraged. Even a third Grotto Heaven Realm warrior would not dare to underestimate him. Ling Xiao actually dared to ignore him. How arrogant! In his anger, the rainbow bridge behind him quickly condensed and transformed into a huge rainbow phoenix. This move is the one that blocked Feng Shidao's flying dagger. I will use it to defeat you. The terrifying seven-colored phoenix desperately devoured the vital qi of heaven and earth. Its body was also constantly growing larger, and its body was also constantly becoming complete. Screech! A bright cry that resounded through the world made countless onlookers cover their ears. They felt like their hearts were about to burst. However, Ling Xiao still stood there with a faint smile on his face. He had no intention of making a move. Shang Guanhong was even more furious. Today, he was going to kill Ling Xiao. He wanted everyone to see that he, Shang Guanhong, was the strongest expert in the second paradise realm. No one could be an exception before him, including Ling Xiao. His enmity with Ling Xiao originated from the Heavenly Essence Treasure Pagoda. Ling Xiao did not give him any face, which made him extremely angry. Therefore, today, it was not only about the fight for the Phoenix, but he also wanted to take revenge for what happened that day. Go, seven-colored Phoenix! Kill him! With a furious roar, Shang Guanhong pushed his hands forward. The seven-colored Phoenix let out a resonant cry and instantly broke through the restraints of space, causing a gust of wind to blow between heaven and earth. The qi of heaven and earth became chaotic. The platform also began to shake. Ling Xiao was still standing there with a smile on his face, as if he wasn't going to make a move. However, when the phoenix was less than 3 inches away from Ling Xiao, he finally moved. However, it was not his body, but his right hand. There was a ball of light in his right hand. That was the appearance of the scarlet sun feather raimant's power completely attached to his hand. At that instant, his hand expanded with the wind and grabbed the phoenix's neck. Kacha! Everyone clearly heard the sound of something being twisted and broken. Then, the phoenix instantly exploded. Quickly dodge! The warriors sensed that something was amiss, and they quickly dodged the terrifying impact of the explosion. Rumble! The terrifying explosion left countless dents on the platform. Some warriors did not manage to dodge in time and were injured by the explosion. However, Ling Xiao, who was at the center of the explosion, remained unscathed and still had a smile on his face. What? Shang Guanhong looked at this scene in disbelief. How was this possible? How did Ling Xiao do it? How could he remain unscathed under such an attack? He did not dodge. No matter what you do, you will definitely lose the next time. Shang Guanhong did not understand how Ling Xiao had dodged his attack, but he believed in his strength. Since one move was not enough, he would use two. I admit that you are stronger than Feng Shidao, but that is useless. Although these words made Feng Shidao depressed, Feng Shidao, who was sitting there, did not feel that it was unpleasant. After all, it was the truth. Come at me! Ling Xiao still had no intention of attacking. It was as if he wanted Shang Guanhong to perform here and use all his skills to defeat him. That way, some people would say that he had an unfair advantage. Rainbow Divine Arrow! Shang Guanhong's rainbow bridge changed again. A bow that was completely condensed from his martial soul appeared in his hand. The bow was 7-colored. The arrow was also 7-colored. The lethality contained in this move was clearly stronger than the previous one. Lose! The rainbow divine arrow shot out against the wind and started to spin wildly in the air. It drove the origin energy of heaven and earth and formed a huge vortex. No matter where Ling Xiao tried to dodge, he would not be able to avoid this attack. Unless he jumped off the platform. However, he would lose if he did that. Feng Shidao, I will show you how flying daggers are used now. Ling Xiao raised his hand and a flying dagger that had been broken in half appeared in his hand. The word Feng was engraved on the handle of the flying dagger. It was Feng Shidao's. He shook his right hand gently, and the flying dagger broke through the air. It was not as magnificent as when Feng Shidao used the flying dagger. It was not as terrifying as when Feng Shidao did not use it. However, it was this seemingly ordinary saber strike that instantly defeated the seemingly ferocious arrow storm. How can this be? Apart from a few powerhouses, everyone else was dumbfounded. Feng Shidao was even more dumbfounded. Feng Shidao, I said before that martial skills are not fixed things. The same martial skill can be used differently by different people. When it is used and where it is used are all different. Your dagger targets the opponent's vital points, so it is easy to defend against. However, my dagger targets the opponent's flaws. 7-colored divine arrow? It is just a flashy move. There are as many as 7 or 8 flaws in his move. I can choose any one of them and destroy his attack with the smallest amount of strength. Feng Shidao could not help but smile bitterly. He understood what Ling Xiao meant, but he could not do it. Apart from Ling Xiao, perhaps no one dared to say that they could find 7 or 8 flaws in the opponent's move in such an intense battle. This was simply like a fantasy story. It was unbelievable. The others did not believe Ling Xiao's words. Apart from the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum, no one believed that anyone in this world could do this. Perhaps a human king could, but a human king could not be resurrected. However, regardless of whether they believed Ling Xiao's words or not, they were all shocked by Ling Xiao's exquisite martial skills. Ling Xiao said that he did not need to use his martial soul, and he did it. Ling Xiao said that he did not need to use his bloodline power, and he did it. Under such circumstances, Shang Guanhong still could not do anything to him. I'm tired of it. Ling Xiao looked at Shang Guanhong and suddenly said, Your moves look very flashy, but they are all the same and boring. Next it is my turn. Can you block it? Chapter 1355 Shang Guanhong wanted to retort when he heard Ling Xiao's words. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt that it was difficult for him to even breathe. A terrifying battle intent instantly filled the entire high platform. Shang Guanhong felt like he was a person who couldn't swim and was about to suffocate. An immense fear rose in his heart. Ling Xiao didn't draw his sword. Above his head, there was a giant sword shining with golden light. The dazzling light seemed to have come from the scarlet sun. The terrifying heat continued to spread, and the entire high platform seemed to be burning. What's going on? Is that a martial soul? It doesn't look like a martial soul. Is it some kind of move? The crowd was discussing among themselves, but no one could tell what Ling Xiao was doing. Shang Guanhong, how dare a piece of trash like you threaten me in the Heaven Essence Treasure Pagoda? To be honest, if you hadn't escaped quickly enough, I would have pierced through your mouth. You keep calling me a piece of trash. Very well, I'll use this sword to show you that you're even more useless than a piece of trash. The 10th light, profound meaning, divine sword of light. Ling Xiao reached out and grabbed the divine sword above his head. At that moment, his aura skyrocketed once again, as if it was about to break through the clouds. Shang Guanhong actually felt incomparable fear and trembling. Shang Guanhong didn't just feel like he was about to suffocate. He also felt like his body was about to be sliced into pieces by something. Only he, who was bearing the brunt of the attack, could truly feel that terror. You think you're invincible just because you defeated Feng Shidao? Invincible below the second Grotto Heaven realm? I don't know where you got the guts to say that. You've already lost to me since the day you joined Qingshu College and left to join the Phoenix Academy. You've lost your firm martial will, and you've already lost the most important quality of a powerhouse. Your defeat is just fate. It's a little unfair to call you a shameless traitor, but I think it's very appropriate to call you a cowardly deserter. You called me a coward, but you're the real coward. You're so cowardly that it makes one's hair stand on end. Ling Xiao's words were sometimes sharper than a blade. Every stab was aimed at Shang Guanhong's weak spot. Ling Xiao was right. He was a coward. On the day he came to the imperial capital, he was such a proud young man. He once claimed that he could lead Qingshu College to prosperity. However, a month later, a small setback made him lose his courage completely. He lost to the celebrity, Huang Zi, and after that, he became completely timid and weak. He chose to be a deserter. He left Qingshu College and joined Phoenix Academy. Everything Ling Xiao said was right. Raise your head. At this moment, I hope that you can receive my sword in a fair and square manner. Don't let others look down on you. Ling Xiao did not like to defeat someone who had completely lost their will to fight. What he needed was to defeat the strongest Shang Guanhong. Only then would it be meaningful. He had never used the 10th profound meaning before. Today was his first time using it. Even though he didn't use a sword, its power was still overwhelming. Shang Guanhong suddenly raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao angrily. Why? Why am I inferior to you? You were threatened by them too, right? That's right. I was threatened by them too. Ling Xiao said calmly. But those who tried to threaten me reaped what they sowed. I have always believed that the Clear Void Academy is not inferior to the Divine Phoenix Academy. This point can be seen from my few friends. I'll say something you don't like to hear. The current you can't even compare to my junior, Long Qin. Ha! Ah ha 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 ha! Shang Guanhong laughed crazily. You're right. I'm a coward. My arrogant behavior is just to cover up my cowardice. Today, I won't be a coward anymore. Even if I know that I can't defeat you, I'll still receive your attack. He was enlightened. He was enlightened. Actually, everyone had a dark history. Ling Xiao was no exception. When he was weak, he also chose to be a coward. However, it was crucial to choose between being unable to extricate oneself from the dark history and standing up bravely. Shang Guanhong made his choice. His powerful aura continued to rise as he released his terrifying power. The rainbow bridge and the heavy rain merged into one. Come on, Ling Xiao. Let me see exactly how powerful this sword strike of yours is. Let me know that my choice is wrong, and yours is right. Shang Guanhong roared. Slash. Ling Xiao did not waste any time. The divine radiant sword in his hand slashed down heavily. At that moment, everyone temporarily lost their vision. The light was too dazzling. It was not just pure light, but a terrifying light that had merged with the domain of elemental energy. Shang Guanhong squinted his eyes. His rainbow martial soul also erupted with a rainbow light, resisting Ling Xiao's divine radiant sword. His opponent was the sun, while his was the rainbow. Although the light was not as bright as his opponent, he would never admit defeat. Ling Xiao had awakened him. On the path of martial arts, once one admitted defeat and lowered one's head, one would become weak even if one kept one's life. This included one's martial soul, martial skills, and everything else. Rainbow-colored sky, tempest. Shang Guanhong did not retreat. The terrifying violent rain mixed with the rainbow light rushed towards Ling Xiao. Even if he could not defeat him, he had to fight. Otherwise, he would lose even more miserably. Chi. The stronger martial artists squinted their eyes and looked at the sky. The entire sky was in an extremely strange situation. On one side, there was a violent rain and a rainbow light. On the other side, there was a blazing sun that burned the sky. The terrifying scene turned the square into a doomsday scene. When the violent rain and the blazing sun met, they instantly turned into steam and disappeared. The terrifying sword light was devouring Shang Guanhong's attack. The scene was really strange and terrifying. Is this Ling Xiao's sword Dao? What kind of realm is this? Ji Loyu's small hand grabbed the table leg, her body trembling slightly. Back in the city of Sin, she had seen Ling Xiao fight. But at that time, although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was only at the 10 Directions Heaven level. However, in less than half a year, Ling Xiao's cultivation was already on par with hers. And the combat power he displayed was even stronger than hers. This guy, how did he cultivate? Ji Luoyu gritted her teeth and was very unconvinced. Luoyu, now you understand your master's painstaking efforts. Although you are talented, you only know how to play and waste too much time. Although your master did not expect you to be surpassed by Ling Xiao, it is still within my expectations. Medicine King Senbu sighed and said, Child, with your talent, as long as you are willing, Master can concoct the best medicinal pills to help you improve. It won't take long. On the day of the Longhu selection, your cultivation will be able to reach the next level. Disciple understands. Ji Luoyu bit her lips. She now had a thought that she must not be surpassed by Ling Xiao. Chapter 1356. With their mouths wide open, everyone gasped for air as if they were short of oxygen. It was all because of that terrifying and dazzling sword strike. How terrifying was that sword strike? It was completely unforgettable. That sword strike came from Ling Xiao, a martial artist who was only at the 9th firmament of the celestial realm half a year ago. Today, with that sword strike, he completely defeated the arrogant 2nd Grotto Heaven realm genius, Shang Guanhong. Before Ling Xiao made his move, most people would not have thought of such an outcome. They thought that Ling Xiao was no match for Shang Guanhong. Even Feng Shidao, who was defeated by Ling Xiao, thought that Shang Guanhong was stronger. However, that sword strike was a slap to many people's faces. Miserable screams echoed in the imperial capital square, causing people to tremble. One of Shang Guanhong's arms was chopped off. As it fell, it melted completely and turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. Ling Xiao showed mercy. He had originally planned to kill Shang Guanhong, but Shang Guanhong's sudden repentance made him change his mind. He only cut off one of his arms. Shang Guanhong looked at his chopped-off arm in disbelief. The wound was already charred, and the blood had stopped flowing. Why did you let me go? You know that I wanted you dead. He really did not believe that he was still alive. Rumor had it that Ling Xiao was a demon who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. It was almost impossible for anyone to survive under his hands. Ling Xiao withdrew his battle intent and smiled. Because you repented, you saved yourself? I don't think I need to say more about your future path. There's still some time before the Longhu selection. I believe that you will become stronger. But if I return to Qingshu College now, will the people there still accept me? Will the people of Phoenix Academy spare me? Shang Guanhong asked. You can't expect me to be your babysitter. What you've done will definitely be hated by others. Therefore, there are some consequences that you have to bear. I can only say that I won't despise you. As for the people from the Phoenix Academy, even if they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for you in the academy. Ling Xiao said indifferently. That's all I have to say. You're on your own now. Shang Guanhong lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Finally, she raised her head and said, I want to go back. The teachers in Qingshu College treat me well, especially senior sister Mingkong and Vice Dean Feng Qingyan. Even if they scold me to death, I will accept it. Now, I just want to be like you and be myself. If anyone from the Phoenix Academy wants to come, I'll accompany them to the end. Good, that's a proud man. What Ling Xiao didn't say was that as long as Shang Guanhong sincerely returned to Qingshu College, he would help if the Phoenix Academy sent someone stronger than Shang Guanhong to cause trouble. After all, he was the one who persuaded Shang Guanhong to return. The crowd couldn't seem to close their mouths. If the fact that Ling Xiao had defeated Shang Guanhong in such an arrogant manner was already enough to shock them, then Ling Xiao's arrogance had already shocked them. However, the fact that Shang Guanhong didn't hate Ling Xiao after losing an arm and even agreed to return to Qingshu College shocked them even more. Shang Guanhong was now a member of the Phoenix Academy. Although there were no rules that forbade him from leaving, would the Phoenix Academy let him go so easily? Shang Guanhong, you have to think carefully. Leaving the Phoenix Academy isn't as easy as leaving Qingshu College. You have to pay a price. Jia Tianfeng looked coldly at Shang Guanhong and said, That's right. It's easy to join the Phoenix Academy, but it's not so easy to leave. Kong Ming added, What a joke. That's how you threatened me in the past. I admitted defeat because I lost to Ji Mingxing. I've already been a coward once. This time, I won't be afraid anymore. Who do you think you are? Don't think that you can climb over my head just because I lost to Ling Xiao. Come and fight me if you dare. Shang Guanhong looked at Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming domineeringly and shouted. You mean the two of us? Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming looked at each other and revealed a sinister smile. That's right. Both of you come at me together. If I lose, not only will I give up my position as the Phoenix, but I'll also commit suicide on the spot. Shang Guanhong said loudly. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming glanced at Ling Xiao. They were full of fear for Ling Xiao. Don't worry, I won't interfere. Ling Xiao turned around and walked down the stage slowly. Next, it was Shang Guanhong's turn to perform. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming were really stupid. Shang Guanhong did lose to Ling Xiao, but Shang Guanhong's strength was definitely much stronger than an ordinary second Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. Even if he faced an ordinary third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, he wouldn't be afraid. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming might be strong, but they had just stepped into the second Grotto Heaven Realm. If Ling Xiao wasn't wrong, this battle wouldn't take long. Impossible. In just a few breaths. In just 2 moves. Before Ling Xiao returned to his seat, Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming had already flown down the stage. 2 pieces of trash, how dare you threaten me? Do you really think you're Ling Xiao? Shang Guanhong only had 1 arm left, but he seemed to be stronger than before. This was because he had learned a lot from the battle with Ling Xiao. Although he wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao, he definitely benefited a lot. Looking at Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming who had fallen to the ground, the crowd was stirred up again. In front of Shang Guanhong, Feng Shidao was defeated. Jia Tianfeng was defeated. Kong Ming was also defeated. And Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming had teamed up. However, Ling Xiao easily won and broke Shang Guanhong's arm, making Shang Guanhong worship him even more. How strong was Ling Xiao? There was probably no need to think too much about the position of the phoenix today. It would definitely be Ling Xiao and Shang Guanhong. Ha ha, good. Our divine Phoenix Empire is really full of talents. Today, we hereby announce that Shang Guanhong is the 9th Phoenix and will be conferred the title of Rainbow Phoenix. Ji Luoyu is the 10th Phoenix and will be conferred the title of Falling Rain Phoenix. Feng Ming Wuliang stood up and announced the result of the battle for the Phoenix. That's not right. The crowd was in an uproar. Ling Xiao is clearly the strongest. Why isn't he the Phoenix? Instead, Ji Luoyu was conferred the position of Phoenix? This isn't fair. That's right. How can the monarch make such a judgment? It's too disappointing. Hearing the discussions below the stage, Feng Ming Wuliang chuckled and said, Everyone, don't be anxious. The reason why we didn't confer the title of Dragon King Ling Xiao as Phoenix is because we know he won't accept it. So that's the case. Ling Xiao is indeed arrogant, and shouldn't be willing to be restrained. That makes sense. I think it's bullshit. Ling Xiao's voice covered all the discussions. He looked coldly at Feng Ming Wuliang and said, Whether I accept it or not, that's my business. Whether you confer the title or not, that's your business. Don't mix the two together. Even if I don't accept it, you should still ask me and ask for my opinion. Are you treating me as if I don't exist? Favoritism is favoritism. Why do you need to flatter yourself? Chapter 1357. That's right, even if he knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't accept it, he should still ask. Directly bestowing the title to another person, isn't he looking down on Ling Xiao too much? That's right, no wonder he's angry. The monarch is really muddle-headed in this matter. I've long heard that the monarch and Ling Xiao are like fire and water. He's clearly using his position to avenge a private grudge. I'm afraid that the monarch won't last long. Discussions once again sounded in the crowd, all because of Ling Xiao's words. Then, Ji Luoyu suddenly stood up and said, Reporting to your majesty, I'm also unable to accept the title of Luoyu Phoenix Son. I'm not as good as Sheng Guanhong, and I'm even worse than Ling Xiao. If I receive this title, I'll only be ridiculed by others. Feng Ming Wuliang's expression was very interesting. Anger, displeasure, and depression. He didn't think that Ji Luoyu would not give him face in front of everyone. Because he didn't know that when they were in the city of Sin, Ji Luoyu was already very impressed with Ling Xiao during the pill refining conference. Today, seeing that Ling Xiao was wronged, how could she not speak up? Good, Lady Luoyu is indeed the disciple of the Medicine King's son Sa. Such magnanimity is really rare. Since that's the case, the position of the 10th Phoenix Son will be bestowed to Ling Xiao. What title should I give him? Feng Ming Wuliang smiled. Although this smile was a little awkward, this guy was after all a big shot. That little bit of awkwardness quickly disappeared. Forget it, I've never liked food given out by others. Do you really think that I'll care for things given out by others? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Wuliang with disdain and said, Divine Phoenix Empire's 10th Phoenix Son? Hee, Feng Ming Wuliang, listen up. Today, I'll leave my words here. Your so-called 10th Phoenix Son, I'll defeat them one by one. I'll let you know that a person's strength isn't because he received a title, but because he's really strong. It was just like how you were unwilling to give General Ji Ning any reinforcements, but he was able to defend Northern Desert City. Don't think too highly of yourself. To put it bluntly, you're just a temporary representative chosen by the citizens of Divine Phoenix Empire. Do you want to be the emperor forever? Don't lose your integrity in the end. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the crowd fell silent. Ling Xiao was simply too daring. He actually dared to teach Feng Ming Wuliang a lesson in front of so many people? They still dared to disregard the Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 Phoenix Sons? If senior brother Ling doesn't want the position of Huangzi, I, Shang Guanhong, don't care either. Shang Guanhong said loudly. Medicine King's son Bu narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. He could see that Feng Ming Wuliang really couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, with Feng Ming's temper, it was absolutely impossible for him to not make a move until now. It seemed that he had to adjust his strategy to avoid a direct confrontation with Ling Xiao. How dare you! Is the position of Huangzi something that you can take whenever you want it? Standing beside Feng Ming Wuliang was a strong man. Compared to the bodyguard who appeared at Ji Mingxing's residence back then, he was much stronger. Third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. It seemed that Feng Ming Wuliang also felt the strength of his enemy, so the bodyguard he brought out was even stronger. After all, he couldn't just personally attack every time he met someone. Is there a rule that states that the position of Huangzi must be accepted? Shang Guanhong asked coldly. Here, other than a few absolute experts, there was also Ling Xiao. He didn't fear anyone at all, including this third Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. How dare you! I think your mind has been disturbed by that Ling Xiao, and you already don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The martial artist beside Feng Ming Wuliang said with a gloomy face. You can try and see who exactly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Shang Guanhong sneered. You haven't fought with Ling Xiao before, so you'll never know how powerful he is. His mouth is quite fierce. If you have the ability, then make a move. Courting death. The sound of air being torn apart burst out. That third Grotto Heaven Realm bodyguard held a sharp dagger in his hand, turned into a resplendent dagger light, and stabbed towards Shang Guanhong. Boom! An intense collision exploded in the sky. A disdainful smile appeared on Shang Guanhong's face. Compared to Ling Xiao, you are simply a piece of trash. You have a cultivation base, but you don't know how to use it. I will definitely defeat you in 10 moves. The two's battle practically didn't land on the ground, completely unfolding in the sky. 2 moves. 3 moves. 7 moves. 8 moves. Shang Guanhong became braver as he fought, but that bodyguard became more alarmed the more he fought. Shang Guanhong was right. He thought that Shang Guanhong wasn't his match at all. After all, Shang Guanhong lost to Ling Xiao, who had the same cultivation. However, after these 8 moves, he discovered that he was unable to break through Shang Guanhong's strange and unpredictable defense at all. Not to mention injuring the other party, he didn't even have the chance to touch the other party. How did Ling Xiao do it? This bodyguard's heart was filled with bewilderment. However, there wasn't much time left for him. Shang Guanhong's face revealed a cold smile. Next move, I'll defeat you. 7-colored sacred arrow. Although it was the same move, the power was increased, but the key was in the way the move was executed. Previously, Shang Guanhong's 7-colored sacred arrow was aimed at the enemy's vital points. However, the vital points were usually the places that martial artists paid the most attention to protecting, so it wasn't easy to succeed. So now, he was aiming at the enemy's flaws. He didn't have Ling Xiao's mountain river martial spirit, nor did he have Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, but he had the rainbow martial spirit. Every rainbow light could help him capture the enemy's moves and analyze the flaws from them. The reason why he wanted to use the 9th move was that he could already determine what the opponent's flaws were. The sharp arrow shot out and instantly broke through the bodyguard's defense, heading straight for his throat. However, at this moment, a hand reached out and grabbed the arrow. Shang Guanhong is indeed talented, but you're looking down on the royal family too much. The person who made the move turned out to be one of the 10 Phoenix Sons, Feng Ming Wushan. He grabbed the arrow and slapped it towards Shang Guanhong, who was in midair. His speed and angle were perfect. Shang Guanhong felt that he couldn't avoid it at all. Feng Ming Wushan was indeed a guy who ranked in the upper middle of the 10 Phoenix Sons. He was indeed powerful. His little life was finished. At this moment, he didn't regret his decision. He just felt that Feng Ming Wushan was really shameless. He wanted to fight with all his strength. Even if he died, he couldn't back down. However, at this moment, a cold and mocking voice sounded. Is it the style of the royal family to casually intervene in other people's battles? Haha, I've learned that this style is the so-called shamelessness. Bang! Another crashing sound was heard. The one who blocked Feng Ming Wushan was Ling Xiao. The two of them retreated 5 or 6 steps at the same time, their eyes filled with surprise. Feng Ming Wushan was surprised that Ling Xiao's strength could actually block his palm. Ling Xiao was surprised that Feng Ming Wushan was so powerful, and he was only the 7th Golden Phoenix son. How strong were the monsters in front of him? Chapter 1358. However, Ling Xiao was overjoyed and excited after the initial shock. The stronger the enemy, the greater his motivation. Otherwise, without an opponent, there would be no motivation to cultivate. "You're good!" Feng Ming Wushan smiled. "You're good too." Ling Xiao also smiled. "Although you're good, you can only take one of my palms at most. You can't even beat me. How are you going to challenge the other 6 phoenixes? Are you going to rely on that mouth of yours?" Feng Ming Wushan changed the topic. "Although you're good too, you're just passable. With your strength, you're still no match for me. If you don't believe me, you can try." Ling Xiao stood there, his battle intent suddenly erupting. Fighting with Shang Guanhong was really not satisfying enough. He believed that only by fighting with Feng Ming Wushan would he be able to truly unleash his potential. Perhaps he would break through because of this. After all, he still had a strong move that he had yet to use. "Have we been out of touch for too long? Shang Guanhong can defeat a 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. It's already ridiculous enough. Ling Xiao can actually take one of Golden Phoenix's palms. How strong is he?" Everyone looked at this scene and was extremely emotional. Perhaps Qingshu College is really going to rise. At least this time, Ling Xiao, Shang Guanhong, and that Long Chun will be able to stand out in the Longhu selection. If Haim Myungkeo can recover, they might also be able to get a ranking. Yes, the entire Qingshu College seems to have come alive as soon as Ling Xiao returned. Isn't that so? Ling Xiao just came back and killed the Celebrity Phoenix and Heavenly Rock Phoenix. Now, he took one of the palms of Golden Phoenix, who is ranked 7th. His strength really makes people look forward to it. Just now, he said that he wants to challenge all the 10 phoenixes. Although he's a little arrogant, I think those who are ranked at the bottom will be worried. Although Ling Xiao brought a great impact to everyone, most people were more optimistic about the few monsters ranked at the top of the 10 phoenixes. After all, those people had already broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm a long time ago, while Ling Xiao had only just broken through. What's more, including the Golden Phoenix's son, Feng Ming and Wu Shan, each of these 7 people had their own unique martial soul and bloodline power. They were double innate martial artists. Compared to them, Ling Xiao was still somewhat lacking. Today, Ling Xiao was pushed back 5 or 6 steps by Feng Ming Wu Shan's palm. They directly ignored the fact that Feng Ming Wu Shan had also taken 5 or 6 steps back. They probably thought that Feng Ming Wu Shan had deliberately retreated, afraid that Shang Guanhong would sneak attack him. Of course, there was one point of view that everyone agreed on. That was, Ling Xiao was definitely the most talented and promising young man of this era. He was only 17. Among the 10 Phoenix sons, the youngest was Piao Shui, who was already 18 years old. The rest were already 20 years old. If Ling Xiao was given enough time, he might really be able to challenge the 10 great phoenixes. But would Ling Xiao have the time? Many people had this question. Ling Xiao provoked the 10 great phoenixes today and humiliated the emperor, Feng Ming Wu Liang. Could he still live for so long? Of course, if someone knew what happened last night in the wilderness leading to Qingshu College, they would not think so. There was no so-called politeness between Ling Xiao and Feng Ming Wu Liang. The conflict between the two of them was already known to the world. Ling Xiao did not give Feng Ming Wu Liang face. And Feng Ming Wu Liang acquiesced to his son's sneak attack on Ling Xiao. The hatred between them could no longer be resolved. It would be great if I could see the battle between the Golden Phoenix and Ling Xiao today. The crowd looked at the sky. In the void, Feng Ming Wu Shan and Ling Xiao stood opposite each other. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was very strong. However, Feng Ming Wu Shan did not seem to have the intention to fight with Ling Xiao. "You know, I'm not a combative person. Feng Ming Wushan smiled. You're afraid. You're afraid that you'll lose. Ling Xiao did not give Feng Ming Wushan a chance to step down. And when you sneak attacked Shang Guanhong just now, you didn't seem like a combative person at all. I'm afraid? Haha, I'm just disdainful. My cultivation is much stronger than yours. Even if I win, it's reasonable. It won't do me any good. Feng Ming Wushan was still very indifferent. This guy was worthy of being Feng Ming Qishan's think tank. He knew how to talk and was very tolerant. Of course, he was not afraid of Ling Xiao. Just as he said, his cultivation was much stronger than Ling Xiao's. It was reasonable for him to win. But if he failed miserably, it would be a joke. In the end, you don't dare to fight. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully, and then withdrew his fighting spirit. It doesn't matter if you don't fight today. I'll see what excuses you can find during the Longhu selection. Let's go! Although he really wanted to have a good fight with Feng Ming Wushan, if Feng Ming Wushan was not willing to fight, he could not take the initiative to attack. There was nothing to be happy about if he won against a person who had no fighting spirit. He leaped away. Shang Guanhong, Cold Plum, Moon Lady, and the other disciples of Qingshu College also followed behind. After this battle, Ling Xiao's reputation could be said to have soared. It was more exciting than killing the celebrities Huangzi and Tianping Huangzi. The disciples of Qingshu College were especially happy. In their eyes, Ling Xiao had become the key to the rise of Qingshu College. Feng Ming Wushan landed on the high platform and looked at Ling Xiao's back. He suddenly sneered and said, Ling Xiao, in my eyes, you are at most a toad that is slightly stronger than an ant. If you can survive before the Dragon Phoenix selection, I can let you know what fear is. He did not whisper these words, but said it in front of everyone present. Everyone understood the meaning of these words. There were clearly two meanings. One of them was that he looked down on Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was only slightly stronger than an ant. The other meaning was that someone had already targeted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao might not survive until the day of the Longhu selection. Wushan, it's fortunate that you came today. Otherwise, I'm afraid that no one can suppress Ling Xiao. Don't be fooled by his provocation in front of you. It's just a bluff. How would he dare to fight with you? Feng Ming Wuliang said with a smile. Your Majesty is right. People say that he took my palm, but in fact, they don't know that I only used 60% of my strength. I just wanted to teach Shang Guanhong a lesson. It's not strange that Ling Xiao blocked it. Feng Ming Wushan bowed and said, Ling Xiao is really a frog at the bottom of the well. It's ridiculous. I'm afraid that he will lose to Ying Tianxia, the son of Thunder Eagle, who is ranked 8th. If the two princes fight, he is not worth mentioning. Yes, he is just a human from the Tianlong continent. The Jianghu that he sees is only the size of a palm. Naturally, he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But do you really want to fight with him? Feng Ming Wuliang asked. Chapter 1359. Are you really going to fight that narrow-minded kid? Feng Ming Wuliang asked. There's no need. I've already looked for Ying Tianxia. Your Majesty also knows that Ying Tianxia is a man who wholeheartedly pursues martial arts, but abhors evil. After hearing about Ling Xiao's matter, he went to the Qingshu Academy. It won't be long before Ling Xiao falls into his hands. Ying Tianxia was the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, and the 8th Thunder Eagle Phoenix. Shang Guanhong had wanted to challenge him, but he chose to give up in the end. Even such a proud person dared not provoke Ying Tianxia. That was because Ying Tianxia was a martial arts fanatic, a person who had truly trained his martial arts to perfection. In short, Ying Tianxia was very powerful, much more powerful than Shang Guanhong. Because of this, Feng Ming Wushan felt that even if Ying Tianxia could not defeat Ling Xiao, he could at least frustrate Ling Xiao's spirit. At the same time, he could also exhaust Ling Xiao. In this way, it would be easier to carry out some of his plans. Ying Tianxia did go to Qingshu College and said, If Ling Xiao has the guts, come and fight with me, Ying Tianxia. I'll be there any time. Then, he simply left. However, a terrifying eagle claw mark was left on the scene. This mark was directly imprinted on a huge rock outside Qingshu College. This huge rock was often used by the disciples of Qingshu College to test their palm strength. Because of its strange material, ordinary palm strength could not hurt it at all. The disciples were proud to be able to leave a palm print on this huge rock. However, today, Ying Tianxia's claw mark was 3 inches thick. This was something that had never happened since this huge rock was placed here. Even during the most prosperous period of Qingshu College, no disciple could do this. Ying Tianxia's claw strength was evident. Of course, Ling Xiao was still in the imperial capital square at this time and did not know about this. When he returned to Qingshu College, he heard about this matter. He smiled and said, "Even if he didn't come, I would have gone to find him." A challenge didn't mean a fight to the death. There were different ways to deal with different people. Ling Xiao didn't have any deep enmity with Ying Tianxia, so challenging Ying Tianxia was just challenging the 10 Phoenix Sons. He just needed to defeat them. As for the claw mark, Ling Xiao chuckled and casually pointed his finger. Before his finger even touched the boulder, a hole had already appeared on it. The hole was about 4 to 5 inches deep, with wisps of black smoke rising from it. Seeing this scene, the originally worried disciples of the Qingshu Academy once again calmed down. Ling Xiao no longer cared about this matter. The matter of challenging Ying Tianxia could be put aside for the time being, because he felt that his cultivation was about to make a new breakthrough. Next, he had to seize the opportunity to cultivate. He had already sent out the letter of challenge. Although it was only a verbal challenge, in order to defeat the 10 Phoenix Sons, he had to become stronger. His current cultivation was definitely insufficient. What's more, what happened last night made him feel a strong sense of danger. He absolutely could not let his guard down. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Cold Plum sat outside the door, guarding Ling Xiao. She had made a mistake once, and she didn't want to make it a second time. Last night, she was not by Ling Xiao's side, and she almost made a big mistake. This only made her feel resentful. "Senior Brother Ling, the Vice Dean invites you in." A voice suddenly sounded outside the door. It was a junior brother of the college, and the voice was very familiar. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Although cultivation was very important, he still had to meet Feng Qingyan. "Lead the way." Ling Xiao went out and said to the junior brother. The man walked in front, all the way to Feng Qingyan's room. Qingshu College was built on a mountain, and the scenery was beautiful. However, there were fewer students now, so it seemed a lot more deserted. Along the way, only the junior brother, Ling Xiao, and Cold Plum followed behind. When they were about to reach Feng Qingyan's room, the junior brother turned around and looked at Cold Plum. He smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Brother Ling, the Vice Dean only said that he wants to meet you, but he didn't say that Senior Sister Ling should follow him. Cold Plum, wait here. I'll be back soon." Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum and said, "You can't follow me to the toilet, right?" Cold Plum blushed and said, "All right, Master. I'll wait here. If there's anything, inform me immediately." "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded and continued to walk forward with the junior brother. Soon, they entered the room and disappeared from Cold Plum's sight. In the room, Feng Qingyan was sitting there. There were a few books on the table, and he was casually flipping through them. "Ling Xiao, you're here. Take a seat." Feng Qingyan made an inviting gesture and then instructed the junior brother. "Go make a pot of tea for Ling Xiao. I want the best tea." "Yes, Vice Dean." The junior brother left. Ling Xiao didn't sit. Instead, he walked to the table and approached Feng Qingyan. He smiled and said, "Vice Dean Feng, I'm cultivating. If you have something to say to me, can you say it directly?" "Say it directly?" Feng Qingyan was stunned for a moment and said, "All right." He also stood up and gently patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. At that moment, Ling Xiao's finger pierced through his throat. Why? Why? Even though his throat was pierced, this person could still speak. His body quickly retreated, and a terrifying aura instantly burst out. Why? Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile and said, Your disguise technique is very powerful. To be honest, I was almost fooled by you. But I'm afraid you don't know. No matter what cultivation level a martial artist has, there are no secrets in front of me. Vice Dean Feng Qingyan is already a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. Although you're also a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, you're only at the second Grotto Heaven realm. How can you compare to him? But how dare you kill me? What if Vice Dean Feng Qingyan is just joking with you? The assassin felt that his throat was constantly being torn apart and rotted. The terrifying temperature was constantly draining his life force away. He was terrified and surprised. He didn't know how he was seen through, and he didn't understand why Ling Xiao dared to kill him. Feng Qingyan isn't as senseless as you. If you want to impersonate him, you should know him better. You can't make such a joke in front of me. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Haha, what a mistake. He thought that the assassination was foolproof, but before he could do it, Ling Xiao saw through him. The assassin's fake face showed a regretful expression. You deserve to die. Ling Xiao's figure flashed and instantly approached the assassin. A terrifying heat was released from his hand, and the assassin's body began to burn rapidly. Senior brother Ling, what are you doing? You're crazy. Outside the door, a junior brother rushed in with tea. The teacup and teapot fell to the ground. He looked at Ling Xiao with horror and confusion. He's an assassin in disguise. He's not Vice Dean Feng Qingyan, Ling Xiao said lightly. Then, he clapped his hands lightly, and the assassin was burned to ashes. Chapter 1360. How is this possible? I clearly heard his voice, and he looks exactly the same. There's also that Grotto Heaven realm aura. It can't be fake. The junior brother rushed over and lay on the ground, searching for traces of Feng Qingyan. Ling Xiao leaned over to help him up. In that instant, the junior brother suddenly turned his head and spat out a long sword that looked like a poisonous thorn. It flickered with a cold light as it pierced towards him. Another Grotto Heaven realm assassin! Ling Xiao was shocked in his heart. It turned out that when he was still in the Heaven realm, those Grotto Heaven realm martial artists didn't take him seriously at all. Therefore, the people sent to deal with him wouldn't be many Grotto Heaven realm experts. But today, he had just exposed his cultivation, and two such powerful assassins had come. They were both proficient in disguise techniques, and they were both at the second Grotto Heaven realm. It seemed that his opponent was taking him more and more seriously. Gotcha! At the critical moment, Ling Xiao actually opened his mouth and bit the cold light, and then directly bit it off. What? The assassin had already done very well. He had concealed his killing intent, and his acting skills were also very good. But unfortunately, like the assassin who had exposed himself before, his cultivation had exposed his identity. He was a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, while that junior brother of Ling Xiao was only a Heaven realm martial artist with a Heaven realm cultivation base. If he couldn't even distinguish this bit of aura, he could just throw away his mountain river martial spirit. You're very strong, but it's a pity that you exposed yourself too early. Otherwise, with the two of you working together, I might really be killed. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, and had no intention of fighting back. The assassin knew that it was impossible for him to take action now, so he jumped out of the window and fled into the distance. This kind of action was also the quality of a qualified assassin. Just like what Ling Xiao said to Feng Shidao, it was best for an assassin not to face his opponent head-on. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to losing his advantage. They had lured Ling Xiao here precisely because there was no one here. Feng Qingyan had gone to Feng Yishan. However, if the battle here was too intense, someone would definitely be alarmed. Ling Xiao did not chase after him. It was not because he wanted to let the assassin go, but because he had a better plan. Cold Plum, stop chasing. Outside, Ling Xiao saw a figure pass by quickly and immediately called out to stop. Understood, master. Cold Plum never asked why, because she knew that Ling Xiao must have his reasons for doing so. The killer looked behind him and saw that no one was chasing him. He immediately relaxed his vigilance, but he didn't notice that there was a strange inscription flashing on his back. After escaping from Qingshu College, they arrived at the forest outside. Someone was there to pick them up immediately. What's the situation? It didn't work again? There were 4 people in total. 2 of them stood further away, while the other 2 were standing right next to the killer. This won't do. That Ling Xiao is too cunning. He discovered us before we even made a move. That guy must have some ability that allows him to see through other people's cultivation. The assassin shook his head and said helplessly. Wait, what's that on your back? Finally, someone realized that something was wrong. However, at that moment, the assassin's body exploded. The 2 people closest to the assassin were killed on the spot. Although the other 2 people were further away, one of them had a broken leg, and the other was blinded in one eye. Everyone's black scarves were blown up, revealing their true faces. The 2 people who died were Jia Tianfeng's henchmen. The one who had a broken leg was Jia Tianfeng himself. The one who was blinded in one eye was Kong Ming. These 2 people wanted to assassinate Ling Xiao, but they didn't even touch Ling Xiao's hair. Instead, they were set up by Ling Xiao. Quick! Let's go! Jia Tianfeng was in great pain because of his broken leg, but he still thought of a terrible thing. Since Ling Xiao had set them up, he would definitely come after them. If they didn't leave now, they would be dead. Although these 2 people were injured, they were experts in the Grotto Heaven realm, so they quickly fled the scene. Master, is it okay to let them go? After Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming left, Cold Plum asked in confusion. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming are just 2 small fish. There should be a big fish behind them. This is called casting a long line to catch a big fish. I can kill those 2 small fish whenever I want. Today, I'll treat it as teaching them a lesson. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at the 3 corpses that had been blown to smithereens on the ground. His gaze turned cold. To be able to bribe 2 such powerful assassins to deal with him, the person behind them was definitely not an ordinary person. Although Phoenix Cry Immeasurable was the most suspicious. But he needed an accurate answer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be happy if he let the person who really wanted to kill him escape. On the way back to the academy, Ling Xiao met the Moon Lady, who was waiting for him on the way. You met another assassin? Do you want me to help you destroy the 5 poison hall? The Moon Lady said coldly. She was really a little angry. The enemy had repeatedly tried to take Ling Xiao's life, which made the Moon Lady extremely angry. She was by Ling Xiao's side, but the other party was so unscrupulous. They simply didn't take her seriously. Did they really think that she wouldn't dare to do anything? I won't go so far as to destroy the 5 poison hall. Besides, we can't find the whereabouts of the 5 poison hall. However, I've already confirmed the location of the Divine Phoenix branch. If Sister Moon Lady really wants to vent your anger, you can help me destroy it. There was a limit to Ling Xiao's patience. He didn't find trouble with the 5 poison hall branch, but the other party came to find trouble with him more than once. Did they really think that he wouldn't dare to go against the Dark God Palace? Okay, I'll go later. The Moon Lady said. Don't you want to go at night? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Doing such things during the day can cause a bigger sensation. If you want to do it secretly at night, you have to do it openly. The Moon Lady smiled. Well, Sister Moon Lady, you're so considerate. However, Sister Moon Lady, you should try to treat yourself better in the future. And Cold Plum, you too. I know you care about me, but you have to think about yourself. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Master, do you hate me? Do you find me annoying? Cold Plum immediately panicked. Although the Moon Lady didn't say anything, she was obviously a little stunned. I say, what are you thinking? The 2 of you are now the closest and most trusted people to me. How can I hate or be annoyed by you? It's just that the enemies I have to face are getting stronger and stronger. You cannot rest. Only when you rest well can you fight side by side with me better. Ling Xiao hurriedly explained. Now, I need your protection to develop well. However, it'll be soon. After I reach the yin-yang realm, I'll protect you well. If Ling Xiao said this in the past, the Moon Lady and Cold Plum would probably be a little skeptical. After all, the Ling Xiao of the past couldn't even break through to the heaven realm. But it was different now. In just over 2 years, Ling Xiao had broken through from the martial vein realm to the transcendent realm, heaven realm, and grotto heaven realm. Above the grotto heaven realm was the yin-yang realm. Although for many people, this was a distance that they might not be able to cross even if they worked hard for a lifetime. But for Ling Xiao, it was nothing. Chapter 1361. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum returned to their rooms to rest and meditate. After all, they knew very well that if they wanted to be of help to Ling Xiao, they had to constantly improve their cultivation. Otherwise, sooner or later, they would become a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's talent was too terrifying. It was not difficult to catch up with them. However, just as they left and Ling Xiao returned to his room to cultivate, a noble and somewhat delicate woman appeared. Princess Lianer! Ling Xiao smiled and said, Why are you looking for me? Can you call me Liana? I don't like to be so distant. Feng Minglian's expression revealed a bit of longing. Ling Xiao sighed softly. He knew what Feng Minglian was thinking at this time. After leaving her mother and offending the Ice Phoenix clan, she really did not have any sense of security in the imperial capital. She did not know who to trust except for Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao's friends were very good to her, it was hard to dispel the loneliness in one's heart. Okay, Lianer. Why are you looking for me? Ling Xiao really couldn't harden his heart in front of this lovely and moving beauty. The key was that this girl was really pitiful. Can you accompany me for a walk? Feng Minglian asked. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded, and then the two walked together on the beautiful path of Qingshu College. The fragrance of grass and flowers intertwined, forming an intoxicating atmosphere. The river under the small bridge flowed slowly, and frogs croaked from time to time, adding a bit of liveliness. Feng Minglian's furrowed brows gradually relaxed. With someone she could trust by her side, and with the beautiful flowers, birds, insects, and fish in the natural world, she felt very comfortable. Brother Ling, do you know that my dream is to be able to live with someone who loves me and live an ordinary life? Isn't it a bit ridiculous? Feng Minglian suddenly asked. It's not funny. Staying with someone who loves you, no matter how hard life is still blissful. However, there's one thing that I must say. Without great strength, this kind of happiness won't last for long. Although he was unwilling to burst Feng Minglian's beautiful dream, there were some words that Ling Xiao still had to say. Why? Feng Minglian asked doubtfully. Ever since she was young, she had been like a bird in a cage. She longed for the outside world but was unable to leave. Although I was a beggar when I was young, I was very happy and blessed with Grandpa Hong Qi and my friends. Grandpa cared about me a lot, and my friends were very fun to play with. But the nightmare still came. Ling Xiao's expression changed slightly as he said, In the profound world, cultivators are the ones who decide everything. We are just beggars, but there are some people who bully beggars for fun. Every time they bully beggars, they take away 1 or 2 lives. I saw my friends being beaten to death with my own eyes, but there was nothing I could do. My so-called happy life collapsed in an instant. Feng Minglian was stunned when she heard this. She thought that cultivation would not be of any use. She thought that she could live a good and happy life without fighting with the world. But Ling Zhao's words were tantamount to giving her a head-on blow. In the profound world, a happy life depends on strength. Miss Lianer seems to be quite strong, but why haven't I seen you fight? Ling Xiao naturally understood that Feng Minglian's cultivation was not bad. She might be a monstrous genius like him. This woman was not old, but her cultivation was already at the first grotto heaven realm. My cultivation was forced by my mother. In the past, I always thought that it was this kind of cultivation that led to my misfortune, so I didn't practice it well. But your words surprised me. Feng Minglian explained. Don't look at my cultivation. I haven't practiced any martial skills because I don't want to hurt anyone. Don't want to hurt others, but don't give up the ability to protect yourself. Ling Xiao reminded. I believe you have seen it during this period. Someone has been targeting me and has been sending people to assassinate me. Think about it. If I had the same idea as you, what would the result be? Feng Minglian was stunned for a moment, and then her expression changed greatly. She was not stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. Perhaps it was because the blood of the human and divine Phoenix clan flowed in her body. She had more potential than ordinary humans and divine phoenixes. And she was smarter. Naturally, she could understand Ling Xiao's words. Big brother Ling, help me cultivate. I know many martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan, but I don't know how to cultivate them. Feng Minglian trusted Ling Xiao, so she also believed what Ling Xiao said. Coupled with the recent events, she gradually understood that blindly being kind was not a good thing. It would only make you seem weak and easy to bully. She had to become stronger. Only then could she protect herself. No problem, I can guide you in your cultivation. Ling Xiao did not refuse. After all, Feng Minglian was saved by him. As the saying goes, help a person to the end. Helping Feng Minglian master the ability to protect her life was also a kind of relief for him. He did not have to waste energy protecting her. What's more, he could also borrow the martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan for reference. Every move of his light and shadow profound meaning was comprehended based on existing martial skills. It did not come out of thin air. If he could get some inspiration from the martial skills of the Ice Phoenix clan, perhaps the later moves would be comprehended faster. Thank you, Big Brother Ling, Feng Minglian said excitedly. Every time she was excited, her face would blush slightly, revealing an intoxicating expression. Even Ling Xiao felt that it was difficult to resist this pitiful temptation. Ling Xiao hurriedly turned his head to the side and looked at little Yu'er in the river. He suddenly thought of something, turned his head again and asked, Lianer, you are a member of the Ice Phoenix clan, so you should have heard about Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei, right? Feng Minglian thought for a moment and said, Of course I know. In the secret chamber of the Ice Phoenix clan, there is a book dedicated to these two people. During the days when I was under house arrest, there was an old granny who watched over me and took care of my life. When she was free, she would tell me what happened in the past. Can you tell me? Ling Xiao asked. Since learning that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei were his parents, Ling Xiao could not wait to know more about them. Since Feng Minglian knew, he naturally had to ask clearly. Of course. Feng Minglian was worried that there was no topic to talk about with Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao took the initiative to bring up this topic, she had a lot to say. Ling Xiao had already learned about Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei from Hongqi at the beginning, but he still listened carefully. Towards the end, Feng Minglian talked about a terrifying matter that made his hair stand on end. The world thinks that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei have no children, but in fact, they have a pair of children, Feng Minglian said. Chapter 1362. A son and a daughter? That is to say, they have a son and a daughter? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. That's right. Their son's origin is very strange. It's said that he was born from a strange stone, but their daughter is their biological daughter. Before their son was born, their daughter was already more than 10 years old. Her appearance combined the advantages of her parents. She could be said to be an absolute beauty, even more beautiful than her mother Yu Xianwei. Feng Minglian explained. Yu Xianwei is the number one beauty of the Soul Clan. Her daughter has the appearance of the number one beauty of the Soul Clan at the age of 12 or 13. Her aptitude is even better than her parents. She is simply a peerless monster. Peerless monster? Yes. Brother Ling, you may not like to hear this. Her aptitude is even more terrifying than yours. When she was 12, she was already a martial artist in the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. Feng Minglian replied. It is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao was a little shocked. After roaming the Jianghu for so long, he had never heard of a child reaching the 10th grotto heaven realm at the age of 12. How did she cultivate? How terrifying was her talent? But on second thought, it didn't seem so surprising. He reached the 2nd grotto heaven realm in 2 years, but she reached the 10th grotto heaven realm in 12 years. In terms of talent, she didn't seem to be weak. It seems that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei have focused on cultivating her? Ling Xiao asked. Yes. With such talent, if she is properly cultivated, she can reach the Yin-Yang realm at the age of 15 or 16. Even the human king back then couldn't compare to her. However, something strange happened when she was 12. Feng Minglian's face suddenly turned a little pale. Something strange? Yes. That year, this child named Ji Lingwei mysteriously disappeared. According to the information, before she disappeared, she had met the Divine Phoenix Emperor, who is now the ancestor of the Fire Phoenix tribe. Feng Minglian replied. The ancestor of the Fire Phoenix tribe? How many ancestors does your royal family have? Ling Xiao found the key problem in Feng Minglian's words. The Fiery Phoenix tribe has 2 patriarchs, black and white. The one Ji Lingwei met was Patriarch White Sunday. She's a kind-looking old lady who once took in many orphans. Both Patriarch White Sun and Patriarch Black Sun are supreme experts in the Yin-Yang realm. Feng Minglian replied. The Ice Phoenix clan has an ancestor, the one who attacked before. The Dark Phoenix clan is the most terrifying. They have 3 ancestors, but they were sealed by Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei back then. I don't even know if they are still alive now. Hearing this, Ling Zhao's clothes were drenched in cold sweat. It seemed that he had underestimated the strength of the royal family. If the Black and White Patriarchs were as strong as the Ice Phoenix Patriarch, then the Moon Maiden would probably be unable to resist them. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the Fire Phoenix tribe and was an ally of Feng Yishan. That was why the 2 patriarchs of the Fire Phoenix tribe did not attack him. But what was going on with his sister, Ji Lingwei? Could he have been killed by ancestor Bai Yang? You must be very confused. What happened to Ji Lingwei? Feng Minglian asked. Yes, their daughter mysteriously disappeared. Those 2 must have gone crazy, right? Ling Xiao nodded. That's right. Their daughter actually went missing in the Divine Phoenix Empire. This made Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei furious. Even though they are kind and upright people, they would inevitably commit some atrocities. They almost tore down the Divine Phoenix Palace at that time and beat the Black and White Patriarchs until they knelt down and begged for mercy. Later, there was suddenly news from overseas that someone saw an unconscious Ji Lingwei on a ship. She might have been taken away by human traffickers. Feng Minglian continued. Many people thought that Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei left the Divine Phoenix Empire only because they finished their business here and planned to continue adventuring. However, they did not know that their most important goal was to find their missing daughter. Then, was Ji Lingwei really abducted by human traffickers? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not too sure about this. It's just that the old granny told me that Ji Lingwei, a dignified 10th grotto heaven realm martial artist, was not even afraid of a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Unless it was a Yin-Yang realm martial artist, it was impossible for her to be abducted. She also said that she once saw the sword Ji Lingwei used in the palace. Feng Minglian replied. Hearing this, Ling Xiao felt a chill down his spine. If he guessed correctly, his sister Ji Lingwei had probably been killed, and the ones who did it were the Black and White Patriarchs of the Fire Phoenix tribe. However, his parents were not as ruthless as him. They did not use the cruelest methods to interrogate, so there were some fish that escaped the net. Since his parents did not find out the truth, he would investigate it. He hoped that his sister was not killed. Although he had never met this sister of his, and had never even met his own parents, he still had to find out the truth about his loved ones being killed. He even suspected that the reason his parents stepped into the gate of Heaven's Chosen was to find his sister Ji Lingwei. It was this incident that caused a series of chain reactions that led to his miserable childhood. No matter what, he had to try and do something about it. All right, Liener, I'll help you cultivate. Ling Xiao planned to first bury what he knew deep in his heart because he did not have enough strength to offend the Black and White Patriarchs and the Ice Phoenix ancestor at the same time. Although he was usually arrogant, he was not a brainless idiot. He knew that when it was time to endure, he had to endure. Otherwise, not only would he die, but he would also cause the deaths of his family and friends. Okay. Feng Minglian did not know what Ling Xiao was thinking. She only vaguely felt that Ling Xiao was a bit too concerned about Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei. However, she understood that Ling Xiao was from the Heavenly Dragon continent, so he was more interested in these two heroes. Ling Xiao brought Feng Minglian to the cultivation holy land of Qingshu College, an extremely spacious mountain peak. This was because some cultivation methods could cause quite a commotion. If one were to cultivate in a house, the house might really burn down. Feng Minglian had been trapped in the Ice Phoenix clan for a long time and was forced to cultivate by her mother, Feng Meixiao. So interestingly, the place where she was trapped was precisely the Ice Phoenix clan's secret library. There were vast martial arts manuals here. When Feng Minglian was bored, she would read these manuals as leisure books. Otherwise, if the old granny left, she would be bored to death. In the secret library, the essence of all the martial arts of the Ice Phoenix clan was condensed. Perhaps even Feng Meixiao didn't think that his daughter would have the ability to remember things with a single glance. Regardless of whether she understood the books she read or not, she could remember them in her mind. Ling Xiao pointed a finger on Feng Minglian's forehead and felt the vast martial arts manuals in her mind. He was really shocked. He thought that the martial arts of the Ice Phoenix clan should be related to the Ice Phoenix bloodline. However, he was wrong. Chapter 1363. The Ice Phoenix clan had produced several immortal emperors over the years. In addition, they had obtained the martial arts manuals from the Dark Phoenix clan's secret treasure tower, as well as the martial arts manuals collected and plundered from all over the world. They had hundreds of times more martial arts manuals than the Owa sect. Sword techniques, palm techniques, saber techniques, spear techniques. Wait, there were only things you couldn't think of, but nothing you couldn't find. Of course, the martial arts in Feng Minglian's mind were only suitable for martial artists below the Yin-Yang realm, including Yin-Yang realm martial artists. After all, the foundation of martial arts in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent was relatively poor. What was even more gratifying was that all the martial arts here were categorized according to different bloodlines and martial souls. It was easy to find something suitable for oneself. For example, with a sword martial soul, one could practice various sword techniques and cultivation methods that were compatible with the sword techniques. Among them, the most terrifying was the 4 seasons sword technique. After mastering the sword technique, one could actually change the climate and affect the alternation of the 4 seasons within a certain range. Its lethality was amazing. Another example was the Ice attribute martial arts that were compatible with the Ice Phoenix clan's bloodline. It included a combination of martial arts techniques and cultivation methods. When used, it could better mobilize the strange cold power contained in the Ice Phoenix clan's bloodline. It could freeze everything and even directly kill the opponent. There were also special martial arts that were compatible with the herb martial soul. It could greatly improve the healing effect of this type of martial soul, and the martial artist who had this type of martial soul could continue to fight. Although many martial artists who cultivated this type of martial arts eventually became pharmacists, such as Dai Yuling. But there were also some who were different. If a herb martial soul was truly developed, one could basically maintain an immortal body in battle, which was also quite terrifying. It was just more difficult. Ling Xiao was good at alchemy, but he was lacking in healing martial arts. This was because his self-healing ability was enough and he was also good at alchemy, so he didn't need to be distracted to cultivate these. After all, a person's energy was limited. Ling Xiao might have more energy than others, so he could cultivate all kinds of things faster. But now what he needed to do was to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Whether it was alchemy, refining tools, or refining formations, they were all to improve his strength. Today, he helped Feng Minglian cultivate, and also wanted to find martial arts to improve his strength. Of course, his ultimate goal was still to increase his cultivation base and comprehend or perfect the profound meaning of light and shadow. After experiencing so many battles, Ling Xiao was well aware of the terror of the profound meaning of light and shadow. Therefore, he would not divert his attention to other martial arts. Even if he were to learn them, it would be to make the light and shadow profound meaning even more powerful. Lien, you have the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix clan, and you have awakened the Ice Sword martial spirit. I suggest you cultivate this Dark North scripture. It is a combination of cultivation methods and martial skills. It is very useful for mobilizing the potential of your bloodline and the power of your martial spirit. Ling Xiao chose the most suitable martial arts for Feng Minglian. Once he cultivated this set of martial arts, he could at least cultivate to the peak of the yin-yang realm, or even break through to a higher realm. It could be said to be done once and for all. Alright, then I'll have to trouble Brother Ling to help me. Feng Minglian trusted Ling Xiao, and trusted Ling Xiao's vision even more. After all, she had seen Ling Xiao's strength with her own eyes. Then, Ling Xiao used the Tai Chi to analyze this set of martial arts, and directly transmitted it into Feng Minglian's mind through his soul power. As for how much Feng Minglian could understand and how much she could cultivate, it was all up to her. Looking at Feng Minglian cultivating there, Ling Xiao jumped to a higher mountain, and two sets of martial arts appeared in his mind. In the sky, the sun was blazing like fire. Above Ling Xiao's head, there was a divine light sword. This was the 10th profound meaning of light that he had used to defeat Shang Guanhong. This move was already abnormally powerful. It could be said that it was Ling Xiao's current strongest attack, and its lethality was even more terrifying than the doomsday of Taobai. After all, he had not completely tamed the Taobai martial spirit, so the doomsday of Taobai still needed to be improved. The divine light sword was already very powerful, but Ling Xiao was still not satisfied. In Feng Minglian's memory, there were two sets of powerful martial arts. One was an extreme young martial art called the Scarlet Sun 9 Transformations, which was a top jade grade martial art. The other set was an extreme yin martial art called the Demonic World Exterminating Art, which was also a top jade grade martial art. Jade grade martial arts were usually only suitable for Grotto Heaven Realm and Yin-Yang Realm martial artists. It was similar to the classification of martial arts in the Sky Dragon continent, but there was a slight difference in the names. In the Divine Phoenix continent, each grade of martial arts was divided into 4 grades: low rank, middle rank, high rank, and peak rank. Jade grade low and middle martial arts were more suitable for Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists to cultivate, while high and top martial arts were more suitable for Yin-Yang Realm martial artists to cultivate. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao could not cultivate the Scarlet Sun 9 Transformations and the Demonic World Exterminating Art. Of course, this was the truth. However, Ling Xiao did not want to cultivate them, but wanted to use these two sets of martial arts as a blueprint to strengthen his 10th profound meaning of light. The 10th profound meaning of light was the Divine Light Sword. The 10th profound meaning of shadow was the Dark Devil Sword. It was very compatible with these two sets of martial arts, and could definitely greatly increase their power. Even the human king of the past would not have thought of this idea. The human king cultivated too quickly, and he learned too many things without anyone's help. Thus, he only grasped the most basic control of some profound meanings, and did not continue to improve them. Ling Xiao was lucky. With the help of the human king's remnant soul, he sealed away those messy things and focused on cultivating the 9 cauldrons martial arts. Just the first cauldron's profound meaning of light had already benefited him greatly. Furthermore, with the mountain river martial spirit, the cultivation speed of the 9 cauldrons martial arts was extremely fast, and the power it could display was also very terrifying. At this time, it was daybreak. The scarlet sun was high in the sky, and its blazing light shone on Ling Xiao's body. The scarlet sun in the mountain river world also shone brightly, and it actually exploded with an incomparably powerful light and heat. In that instant, the terrifyingly high temperature on the entire mountain actually burned many plants and trees to a crisp. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in this high temperature, but he did not think much of it. I'll cultivate the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations during the day, and the demonic world destruction art at night. It's decided. Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and a series of intertwining lights appeared in front of his eyes. These lights intertwined together, and actually formed many strange words. If one studied carefully, they would discover that it was the secret technique of the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations. The so-called Scarlet Sun 9 transformations referred to the Rising Sun transformation, Fierce Sun transformation, Violent Sun transformation, True Sun transformation, Pure Sun transformation, Heavenly Sun transformation, Extreme Sun transformation, Black Sun transformation, Armageddon transformation. With each transformation, the power would increase, and the strength of the move could be determined according to the strength of the enemy's cultivation. The current power of Ling Xiao's Divine Light Sword was actually unable to reach the lowest level of the Rising Sun transformation. In other words, if it was combined with the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations, the power of the Divine Light Sword would increase by a terrifying 9 times. Chapter 1364. Even if Ling Xiao was unable to comprehend the ultimacy after the 10th ultimacy, Ling Xiao's combat power would increase by leaps and bounds. There was no doubt about that. Even though cultivating the 9 transformations of the Crimson Sun required a lot of pain, and was extremely difficult to comprehend, it was nothing to Ling Xiao. He had experienced too much suffering, and it had become a habit. He was good at finding joy in the midst of suffering. As for comprehension, with the mountain river martial spirit and the Tai Chi eye, it was easy for him to comprehend a jade-grade martial art. If someone was beside him at this moment, they would definitely notice that the inscriptions in Ling Xiao's eyes were jumping at an extremely fast speed. The words formed by the light in front of him were also changing constantly. After a while, the words disappeared and Ling Xiao closed his eyes. All the secrets had already been integrated into Ling Xiao's mind. Now, all he needed to do was to concentrate on his cultivation. His cultivation was naturally not quite the same as ordinary martial artists. Others had to follow the instructions of the martial art. But he had to integrate it with the divine sword of light and the light ultimacy. Although it was difficult to integrate, once he succeeded, his cultivation would be smooth sailing. The domain origin energy circulated between his meridians and the heavenly abode. The Scarlet Sun in the sky and the Scarlet Sun in the mountain river realm shone together. The 2 types of light poured into Ling Xiao's body and were absorbed by his limbs and bones. They were swallowed by his spirit sea. At this moment, the Moon Lady was cultivating nearby. She was still worried about Ling Xiao. Seeing Ling Xiao's strange situation, it was as if the Scarlet Sun God had descended to the mortal world. She was shocked. The human king neglected to use other martial arts to increase the power of the 9 cauldrons martial art. I didn't expect you to think of it. Looks like your future is brighter than the human king's. The Moon Lady smiled sweetly and closed her eyes to begin her cultivation. On the mountain peak, Ling Xiao's entire body was glowing. His entire body was enveloped by the heavenly abode, making him look like a small sun. The soil and sand on the ground were all scorched, and then turned into something like lava. It looked extremely strange. Within Ling Xiao's body, there were 2 completely different types of elemental energy. One represented the light Upanishad, which was blazing and bright. One represented the shadow Upanishad, which was evil and terrifying. Now, he temporarily suppressed the power of shadow and released the power of light. The power of light fused with the radiance of the Scarlet Sun, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. Ling Xiao felt as if his internal organs were being roasted under high temperature. A cry of pain erupted from his throat. This was because he felt as if he had been thrown into a pool of lava. This kind of pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. But Ling Xiao endured it. He had experienced similar pain before, and at that time, he was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Now, he was just going through the pain again. To him, there was nothing to be afraid of. In the middle of the day, Ling Xiao was experiencing scorching pain. But at night, when he cultivated the demonic world extermination art, what he experienced was incomparably cold pain. The heavenly demon destroyer art was divided into 9 stages. They were body destroyer, heart destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, soul destroyer, city destroyer, country destroyer, world destroyer, and heaven destroyer and earth destroyer. The first 5 stages were targeted at killing people. The last 4 stages were to kill people regardless of whether they were humans or animals. When Ling Xiao was comprehending this cultivation technique, a ruthless aura arose spontaneously. Fortunately, he had the mountain river martial soul, so he didn't completely fall into the devil's path and become an evil demon. He liked to do things according to his heart. Regardless of whether it was good or evil, he would measure it according to his heart. He didn't want to be blindly good or evil. He didn't know what kind of stimulation the person who created this cultivation technique had gone through, but this cultivation technique was really cruel and evil. Most people on the righteous path wouldn't bother to learn it. Even if they learned it, they wouldn't expose it easily. But Ling Xiao was different. He had never thought of himself as a righteous person. His actions were both righteous and evil, all based on his heart. So even if it was such an evil martial art, he still dared to learn it. As long as he had control of the martial art in his hands, then regardless of whether it was good or evil, he could use it. During the day, he cultivated the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and absorbed the heat of the Scarlet Sun. The cultivation effect was excellent, but the injuries and pain his body suffered were also greater. During the night, he cultivated the Heavenly Demon Destroyer art. The Coldine Qi was even more abundant. The cultivation effect was also excellent, but the pain he suffered was even more terrifying. In other words, Ling Xiao experienced the torture of alternating cold and heat during the day and night. Originally, he could have rested for a while and lessened the pain in his body. But he didn't do that. His time was limited. He had to seize all the time he could to continue improving his strength. For 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao sat on the mountain peak without moving. During the day, he was like a scarlet sun, dazzling and eye-catching. At night, he was like a demon's domain, eerie and terrifying, abnormally cold. On the mountain peak below him, Feng Minglian also did not open her eyes. The scene there was completely different from where Ling Xiao was. That place was a frozen scene. The entire mountain peak had become a world of pure white snow and ice crystals. The disciples of Qingshu College who happened to pass by discovered the strange situation, and then spread the news. Almost every day, there would be people passing by to admire this strange scene. Cold Plum also came by, and then blocked the road, not allowing anyone to disturb Ling Xiao and Feng Minglian's cultivation. On the 4th day, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. One of his eyes was shining with a dazzling light, while the other was deep and eerie. If anyone dared to look at this eye, they would definitely be frightened to the point that their soul would be shaken. A jade-grade martial art is indeed unfathomable. After 3 days and 3 nights, I could only comprehend the first level. Ling Xiao sighed. But overall, he was still satisfied. The Divine Light Sword had improved by a level. He had comprehended the transformation of the rising sun. The Dark Demon Sword had also improved by a level, comprehending the body destruction. Although it was only a small improvement, in terms of power, it was absolutely incomparable. Back then, the most ordinary Divine Light Sword could kill Shang Guanhong with one sword. Now, with the rising sun transformation, the power of the Divine Light Sword was probably more than twice as strong as before. If he told the people of the Ice Phoenix clan about his cultivation speed, those old guys would probably be scared to death. At that time, Ji Lingyue's tragedy would probably be repeated. Ling Xiao had a kind of confidence. When he completely mastered the Scarlet Sun 9 transformations and the demonic world destruction art, coupled with the primordial spirit remnant scroll, day and night travel, he would truly become the dual master of night and day. During the day, he would be as dazzling as the scarlet sun. During the night, he would be like a demon descending to the world, causing all living creatures to fear. He stood up and looked at the mountain peak below. Feng Minglian was still cultivating there. Chapter 1365. Feng Minglian's comprehension and talent were truly shocking. Even Long Chen wasn't as good as her. The rest of the people couldn't compare to her. If Feng Minglian had cultivated so hard since she was a child, she would be one of the 10 Phoenix Sons today. Although she couldn't be as talented as Ji Lingwei, she was much more powerful than most geniuses. In just 3 days and 3 nights, Feng Minglian had reached the 4th level of the Dark North Sutra. She had also broken through to the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm. Even Ling Xiao felt pressured by this cultivation speed. Of course, he knew that this was because the power that had been stored in Feng Minglian's body for a long time had suddenly erupted. When Feng Minglian's cultivation reached the 10th Grotto Heaven realm, it would gradually slow down. At that time, Ling Xiao would have to catch up with her. But Ling Xiao wasn't worried about this. Before Feng Minglian was born, she had been soaked in all kinds of medicinal liquids. At that time, Feng Xiao had suffered a lot. He wanted Feng Minglian to become stronger so that she wouldn't be bullied. Now Feng Minglian was younger than Ling Xiao, but she had already cultivated for more than 10 years. Ling Xiao had only cultivated for 2 years. So he had nothing to worry about. Catching up with or even surpassing Feng Minglian wasn't a problem for him. Ling Xiao tore through the air and left. Before leaving, he left behind an array formation to protect Feng Minglian. According to his estimation, Feng Minglian would need at least a month to cultivate. During this time, although he would ask someone to protect her, he was more at ease with the formation. His body trembled. Ling Xiao flashed down Dong Ling Xiao. In a short moment he disappeared. He left Dong Ling Xiao and strode in the direction of the Celestial Academy. After Ling Xiao left the mountain, several figures immediately appeared. Qingshu College's Dean Zhou Yun, Crown Prince Feng Yishan, and Feng Yinshan's most capable helper and bodyguard, Ming Jin. Ming Jin was originally a genius of the Dark Phoenix race who had been saved by Feng Yishan. Feng Yishan had disregarded their former enmity and accepted him as a subordinate. This person was very loyal. From then on, he followed Feng Yishan wholeheartedly. Many confidential matters were completed by him. Ming Jin and Feng Yinshan's eyes flickered as they looked at the mountain that had been destroyed beyond recognition by the power of light and shadow. Master, what kind of cultivation method do you think Ling Xiao is cultivating? How could he create such a terrifying scene? Also, I seem to smell a strong sense of danger and evil aura. It's shocking. Feng Yinshan asked in a low voice. Not only was the ground scorched, but it also seemed to have been corroded by something. Not even a blade of grass grew. There were still strands of black gas coming out from the ground. If one's cultivation was slightly lower, they would feel uncomfortable standing here. Hard to say. Zhou Yun shook his head. Although he thought of those 2 terrifying martial arts, he could not believe that Ling Xiao was cultivating those 2. After all, it was a top-tier jade-grade martial art. Moreover, it was a treasure of the Ice Phoenix clan. Even they couldn't easily obtain it. Even Master can't guess? This Ling Xiao is getting more and more mysterious. Feng Yishan frowned and said, I didn't expect even Lianer to be so loyal to him. I'm afraid even I can't compare to this person's demonic power. Your Highness, you're overthinking. Ling Xiao is indeed powerful and talented, but he's just a martial artist. He's too ruthless and never leaves any leeway. Now that he has offended Feng Mingliang, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. This is definitely not something a smart person would do. Ming Jin had a high evaluation of Ling Xiao's martial arts talent, but he looked down on Ling Xiao's character. He felt that Ling Xiao was a little too arrogant and didn't know how to endure and restrain himself. Is that so? Isn't that what we want? Feng Yishan smiled and said, Go find Ling Xiao and tell him that Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming are holding a banquet in Ling Yu's courtyard today. They've invited people from the 5 Poison Hall branch. Yes, Your Highness. Ming Ji nodded. Of course, he knew what Feng Yishan meant. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming, so they could do him a favor. At the same time, they could turn everyone's attention to Ling Xiao. This way, it would be much easier for them to do whatever they wanted to do. After Ling Xiao washed up, he planned to rest for a while and go out for a stroll to see what new things had happened in the past few days. However, he saw a piece of paper on his table. Who sent it? Ling Xiao asked Cold Plum, who was outside the door. A very strong person, no weaker than me, Cold Plum replied. He said it's from the Crown Prince of the Hidden Mountains. Understood. Ling Xiao looked at the note and furrowed his brows slightly, but soon after, his brows relaxed again. He had planned to use a long line to catch a big fish and lure out the person behind Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The two of them still hadn't learned their lesson and wanted to find someone to deal with him. He didn't have the time to keep being assassinated like this. Now that he had successfully cultivated the new technique, he could try it out. Big Sister Moon Maiden, I'm going to Ling Yu's courtyard to find Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming. Help me destroy the 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch, Ling Xiao said loudly. Although he couldn't see the Moon Maiden, he knew that she was nearby. Master, let me go. The 5 Poison Hall's Divine Phoenix branch doesn't have a yin-yang realm expert. I can go, Cold Plum volunteered. All right, be careful. It's best to leave one alive so that they know who they offended. Ling Zhao's goal in destroying the 5 Poison Hall's branch was to establish his might. If the other party didn't know who did it, then wouldn't he have done all this for nothing? Understood, Master. Cold Plum obeyed and left. Ling Xiao also set off. This time, the Moon Maiden followed Ling Xiao, but she didn't show herself. She didn't want to interfere in matters that Ling Xiao could resolve. After that night of fighting, she understood that if Ling Xiao wanted to grow, she had to do as little as possible. Unless it was an opponent stronger than Ling Xiao, such as a yin-yang realm expert. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had come to Ling Yu's courtyard. Everyone knew that he was Dragon King Tian and a friend of the Crown Prince, Feng Yishan, so no one dared to stop him. Thus, Ling Xiao arrived at a pavilion in the middle of a lake without any obstructions. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming weren't the only ones in the pavilion. There were also a few people with murderous intent. They should be the assassins of the 5 Poison Hall's branch. These people were all Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. The strongest was the 4th Grotto Heaven Realm. The weakest was the 1st Grotto Heaven Realm. When Ling Xiao saw them, they naturally saw him as well. Jia Tianfeng and Kong Ming's eyes were filled with shock and fear. The two of them had seen too much of Ling Xiao and naturally knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Especially that night. The two of them didn't even see Ling Xiao. In the end, one of them had his leg broken and the other lost an eye. Since that night, their fear of Ling Xiao had reached its peak. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.